Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to a session of titled Pandemic Impact on Higher Education Transformation. In this section, we aim to reflect on higher education in SA and what we want it to be in terms of racial transformation. This encompasses questions about decolonization of the curriculum, about decolonization of university spaces, particularly to enable the sort of knowledge production we would consider democratic, to ensure that all students have a sense of belonging, and to ensure that there is broad access to and success within our universities. We have a panel of 3 speakers today, the first of which is Professor Crane Sudeen. Professor Sudeen is both a prominent global scholar and a leader who's played a significant role and committed role in shaping the South African higher education landscape, including the Noordwes-Universiteit as a member of the ministerial task team considering our once federal model. He is author of Realizing the Dream, Unlearning the Logic of Race in the South African School, and of the Making of Youth Identity in Contemporary South Africa. He has written over 120 scholarly articles and somehow also found the time to take on the role of CEO of the Human Sciences Research Council and also the role of Deputy Vice Chancellor at UCT. And in these capacities, he has really been able to set the agenda in research and higher education. Professor Robert Balfour, the second of our panelists, needs no introduction to the NWU audience. He is currently our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning and has, in that capacity, played a leading role here and across the sector in thinking about and responding to the challenges posed by the pandemic to higher education and to student success. He's held an NRF rating for his scholarship, which includes 2 monographs, one of which was titled Education in a New South Africa, Crisis and Change. He's published extensively in the field of education with over 60 articles and has been a sought-after invited speaker on this topic. The theme today is the impact of the pandemic on higher education transformation, and we're incredibly privileged to have 2 such figures to set out the coordinates of our conversation today. They're joined by Zandre Martin, one of our third-year students majoring in psychology and sociology, and I hope that this will really be the first of many conversations where she's able to build her own career and contribute to shaping our universities going forward. Without any further ado, I'm going to hand you over to Professor Sudeen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andre. Morning, colleagues. Yeah, thanks very much for having me here. I'd like to acknowledge Professor Balfour and all of you, and also colleagues who I imagine are, or I hope are watching us virtually. So, what I'm going to do here this morning is try and sketch the context in which COVID has landed in higher education. When Andre asked me to do this, I thought that I knew a lot about what was going on with COVID, and I have discovered that actually there's a whole lot more to be learned. So the point that I want to make here is that we know a lot, and I'm going to talk about this context in which we find ourselves, but we now actually know very little about the actual experiences of people over the last 2 years. So I've looked at about 20 articles that have been written around what's happened. And the extraordinary thing about those articles is how normative they are, in the sense that they're telling us what should be done rather than what's going on. So just to say to all of you, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to document particularly what has happened at particular campuses and at particular places. I'll try and give you a sense of what we know, but I would like to encourage people to think that there's an opportunity here to understand the issues. And that opportunity is, I think, for the record, historically really important, because South Africa is a really interesting place in the world. It's an interesting place in the world in terms of how these issues of difference, inequality in the main, come to take expression. And they don't take expression in easily coded ways. So we have languages for thinking about what's going on around us, but I'd like to say to you that I think that those languages are inadequate. Our languages of description of what's going on in the country are inadequate. And so let me start, because I'd like to give a sense of some of that to you in this talk. So Andre, you're going to time me, hey, please. So what's the context into which COVID comes? This context can be described in two kinds of ways. It can be described systemically in terms of what the structure of the higher education system is, and it can also be described in terms of what's going on below among students. My focus in this talk here is going to be to be concentrating on the student experience. I'm going to look at the student experience in terms of access. These are very traditional ways in which higher education people speak. Access, success, and I'm going to be looking at the general experience. But the context is structurally defined by this legacy of apartheid which we inherit. When we come to 1994, the higher education system in South Africa is really a product of the 1959 Extension of Universities Act. And what that act does is to create a racially defined higher education system which essentially seeks to produce the infrastructure and the ideological apparatus for what apartheid is to be. So a university for Venda-speaking people, a university for Xhosa-speaking people, for so-called coloureds, Indians, Afrikaners at Rao and at the University of Port Elizabeth. And so the whole architecture is deeply, deeply racialized. When we come to 1994, there are significant attempts to turn that around, and those attempts are pretty significant. They really are. I know that people have many complaints about what the system is all about. There are many important changes that take place. So the universities, first of all, are restructured. And that restructuring comes into its own in the year 2000. And so from having 36 racially defined universities, when we get to 2000, the system is trimmed down to 23 institutions. A lot of mergers, and you have a whole new architecture, and the attempt is essentially to de-racialize the system. I'll make a comment about that in a minute. But the other big intervention which is made is the introduction of NSFAS, the Student Financial Aid Scheme. Just to be acknowledging the changes that are introduced into South Africa, this is a really important intervention. And it makes massive changes possible. Now, just in terms of focusing on access, what it makes possible and facilitates is the massification of higher education. The extraordinary thing about the system that we have in 1993 is that we have only something like 100,000 students who were classified African who are in the system in 1993. 100,000. When we get to the year 2020, that number has jumped to almost 700,000. 700 African students in the system out of a complement of just over 1,100,000 students. So the system tips over and massifies in terms of Martin Trau. Martin Trau is a sociologist of higher education. In terms of Martin Trau's classification, when a system reaches 16% participation rate of its age-appropriate cohort, it is regarded as being a mass system. We are now a mass system, having been an elite system. But this massification, and this is really crucial to understand, this massification comes in the context of the system becoming largely black, but it also simultaneously becomes re-stratified. Socioeconomic class becomes a major factor in the enrollments after the year 2000. So I just want to say this very quickly. I have got statistics which can bear this out. But you see, these 23 universities, now 26, they'll also become 27 and 28 soon. These universities become stratified in class terms. You see a congregation or a clustering of poor black students in the historically disadvantaged universities. The historically advantaged universities continue to have large proportions of black students, but they are regularly and frequently students who are paying their own way, were able to support themselves. But the big distinction which comes into the system is the number of students who are on financial aid into the whole system. Where we stand now in 2020, almost 50% of all students in the system are on financial aid. And it's a really extraordinary thing. And these students are largely clustered in the historically disadvantaged segment of the university system. Up to 90% of students at universities like Zululand, Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu are on financial aid. Those proportions are significantly lower in the historically advantaged institutions. Now, I can also make a comment about gender, just how gender has transformed, and it's an important thing also to recognize. The majority of students in our system, there are more women than men, by a significant proportion. But those women are largely in the humanities and education. It's those numbers that inflate the system. So the big thing to say about the system which COVID comes to confront, is that it's a system which has massified, but it has re-stratified. It is black, but it is stratified, and you see this within the black community, and sociologically we don't make enough about this. It's re-stratified in class terms. The bulk of the students in the system are poor students. But this re-stratification, and I talk about this elsewhere, is a reflection of how the country has changed. I make the point elsewhere that the increase in the size of the black middle class is the big sociological reality which we are having to come to confront in South Africa. But it's not a stable black middle class. It's a precarious black middle class. And it's this precarious black middle class that is in the university system. So that's what COVID has landed on. How much time have I got, Andre? Okay, so that's the system. That's the system on which COVID has landed. COVID has landed on precarious communities of people. And the extraordinary thing about this precariousness is that, as I've said in the introduction, we really don't know how people have coped with this precarity. We really don't know. We have generalized statements which people are making, but in detail, we don't know. And I'll give you some broad stroke senses of what has happened. In terms of commentary on this situation, a whole lot of colleagues have been making observations about how people were coping. So all of you will know, it was really extraordinary. The president announced this lockdown around about the 20th of April in 2020, and immediately the higher education system was brought to a standstill. People had to begin working out what they were going to do. And it's in that working out that you see the inequalities inherited from the previous system. It's in seeing how they dealt with the lockdown that this comment that Wangenge Omar, Gerald Omar makes with Tawana Kupe. He says that the migration to emergency remote learning has sharpened existing socioeconomic fault lines. And those fault lines are clearly visible inside of the universities. The government stepped in. I was quite involved in with the Minister of Higher Education's efforts to pull this off, made the commitment that every student in the system would be getting a laptop. He said that. He made that commitment. I know, though, that into 2021, there were students at the universities around where I was who still didn't have laptops, who still didn't have devices. So this commitment was made, but it wasn't followed through. But the extraordinary thing was that the historically advantaged universities were up and running within a month. Within a month. By the middle of April, Wits, Pretoria, sorry, not Pretoria, Wits, UCT, you folks here at Northwest, University of Johannesburg, Rhodes, were up and running. An outlier in this was the University of Venda. Venda, interestingly, was able to get going also within a month. A second tier of universities were able to get going in the middle of May. Those universities were Nelson Mandela, Solplaatje, UKZN, University of Mpumalanga and Pretoria, and interestingly, the University of Zululand. The universities that couldn't get going were CPUT, Durban University of Technology, Mangosuthu, Sefako Makgato, Fort Hare, Limpopo, Walter Sisulu. Really mapping this inherited inequalities which came out of apartheid. As I said, Venda was the outlier. At CPUT, they said they couldn't get going because students didn't have appropriate devices. Durban University said no devices. Similarly, it's at Makgato, Sefako Makgato, University of Fort Hare said up to 70% of our students have got devices. University of Limpopo said that they just didn't have a budget to get going. Walter Sisulu said 90% of their students didn't have devices. Now, of course, the situation improved by the end of that first year of lockdown. But to students, largely who are unable to cope. COVID has had, in relation to this, and I'm going to quickly try and catalogue this, really big impacts in access. At one university, and this is from looking at all of these articles that I've had to screen. At one university, immediately after lockdown, 584 students deregistered on the spot. A whole lot of students at that same university said that they wanted nothing to do with the online offer which was presented to them at the university. Rural university students have gone through the worst of all of these difficulties. Precarity has simply ratcheted up amongst these students. Digital literacy has been a real problem among students, but also amongst academic staff. At a lot of the universities, academic staff were not properly prepared, properly trained to be able to manage these digital media technologies. Students were confronting, and again, rural students were confronting, and this is what's there in the literature, really difficult circumstances in their home environments. Poor students, and there's a lot of speculation about the impacts of all of this, simply because of what we do know about what a lot of the students' home circumstances actually are. So we have a lot of anecdotal comments. I mean, a student says, we are 8 people in our home. Another student says, there are 11 people in our home, and we have 4 rooms. Every room in the house, we must create space that we have somewhere to sleep. Careers were disrupted. I'd like to draw attention to, and I don't know how much you folks have been monitoring this, Robert. I'm really interested in how this online provision worked. Because from what I can deduce has been happening is that the online provision in many circumstances has been simply the transfer of materials that were delivered face-to-face onto recorded platforms. And students had access to recorded lectures, and most of the time this is what was provided. I am really interested in assessments and how assessments have been carried out. I am particularly worried about the way in which provisionally early results say that nothing has changed. In fact, the students are doing better. My suspicion actually is that what has been going on in the assessment arena is extremely complicated. Extremely complicated. And we I think, are going to see in years to come the effects of this. There is some comment that some people are making about not being sure about the quality of what students have been delivering. A big issue which I'd like to draw attention to is and this is the last point. Students' mental health has gone through the roof in this last while. And this is what we don't know about in any kind of detail. We have anecdotal reports about stress levels increasing. There already at the university at which I have come from has been for the last 10, 15 years a really big thing about self-harm, suicides, and the complete escalation of this. And yeah, I'm now speaking speculatively in the way in which everybody else in the field is speaking. I think that depression and particularly questions around confidence and students' ability to be able to cope with what's going on has been really badly impacted upon in the last while. And I venture to say that it has impacted on the poor in ways that I think that privileged young people have no idea about. They have no idea about these circumstances in which these poor students find themselves, or how these students are developing coping mechanisms. And you know, you come from a privileged home and your parents are able to keep speaking to you, you know, in these more difficult circumstances. And this is, I think, the precariousness of the country. We have a lot of students with big aspirations, upwardly mobile they are wanting to be, having to really scrabble on the margins to think about how to get to the next point. So thanks very much. Just want to say that that there's a lot to be talking about, and it's this precariousness that for me is really the important issue that I think we should be focusing on. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for attending this event with us. The issues are enormously significant, not only in terms of student success and support and staff development and support, but I think the generational effect of COVID we will still be researching in a decade or so or more from now. So, Professor Sudeen, thank you for introducing the session and touching on some of the issues that I also want to focus on. I just do want to note at the start of the session that we commissioned a report from our student wellness centers for a 3-year data comparison on the issues and types of issues faced by students from 2019 into 2020, 2021. And that was precisely because we thought there might be a significant difference between the COVID period, which we are still in, of course, and the pre-COVID period, not only in terms of the types of issues that were being reported on and counseled at our wellness centers, but also perhaps the escalation that Professor Sudeen alluded to. And what is interesting about that 3-year report comparing the categories of issues, you know, including suicide, ideation, you know, eating disorders and the like, is that we don't see a spike in 2020 and 2021 of the issues being reported or being counseled through our wellness centers. We also don't see a significant difference between the data from 2019 through to 2021, which suggests to us that further research may be needed to substantiate the kind of experience that academics have had of students being in distress, and indeed that students have had of themselves as being in distress and needing support. And what we suspect, having looked at that data, Crane, is that the aftershock of COVID is being experienced only in this year and will continue to be experienced by our students in the years to come. So when I talk to colleagues at our wellness centers now, there is definitely an uptick, as they call it, of cases being reported now that students are back and are able to access the wellness centers more easily than was possible when we were in the period of emergency and remote teaching. In today's talk, I want to focus on student voice in particular, and Professor Sudeen has alluded to student voice in terms of the representation and the impact of COVID. And if we could move to the next slide. So in particular, what I'm aiming to address really is to understand what has changed in terms of the teaching learning community between then and now. And I speak of the COVID period as being post, in brackets, COVID-19, because we still are not quite clear about when we will exit the pandemic, even if a national state of disaster is lifted. So it's very much with that sense of fluidity, or with fragility around the concept of the COVID period that I'm talking about. And the impact that this had on student voice, and I'm thinking of voice in, of course, a particular way, a way that's been well documented and researched, and I can talk more about the scholarship of voice, but in this talk, and given the limitations on time, I really want to talk about what's happened when our voices have become remote. So in the period of remote teaching and learning, we saw the voices of students becoming disembodied through the experience of being away from the campus, but also, more importantly, being away from each other, being away from learning communities. And I'm really pleased we have academics in our audience who can talk, I'm sure, in a much more informed way than I can, even about that experience. And then I want to talk about this delay. So the same delay, the aftershock of the 2021 period that we see in the wellness cases, the uptick of wellness cases this year being reported, that same delay and aftershock in the academic environment in relation to teaching and learning. I'm referring to atomization you'll see it in the talk. I'm thinking of Michel Houellebecq's definitions of atomization in his literary works, and there's one particular literary work that I would refer you to that's so interesting on the subject of isolation, and the work is called Atomization, so please do refer to that to understand where I'm coming from. It's not a nuclear concept that I'm referring to, or a physics concept in this talk. We can go to the next slide. So a little bit of data by way of context of what we were able to do in 2021, 2020. We've documented this fairly carefully in a report that is being finalized in these very weeks. Colleagues called the COV-ARC report. It's the assessment review, Professor Sudeen, that we ran on the assessment, on styles and types of assessment and experiences of assessment in 2020 and 2021. And this information which I'm sharing with you here is just some of the data that forms a background to that COV-ARC study. So a review of assessment practices and experiences of students and staff. And to give you an idea of our context as a historically merged institution, in which over 70% of our students are NSFAS funded. So this changes our picture in relation to a university like UCT or WITS or Stellenbosch or any of the historically unmerged, unaffected institutions. We can go to the next slide. The important figure here, of course, is the last one, the 98% activity on eFundi. eFundi is the LMS that the NWU uses. And I do want to say at the start that although that 98% seems effective, of course, it cannot be read as evidence of engagement in a deep way with the learning materials that were provided on the LMS, or indeed with the teaching that occurred on or through the LMS. So some skepticism around that. The other framing context is, of course, what we aspire to do with graduates. So in the context of a national disaster, how do we still commit to the realization of our aspirations? And the aspirations I've described for you here, I'm not going to go through them, but I wanted you to have a quick read of them because those form, in a sense, the strategic direction of the university, even in a period of national disaster. So we can move to the next slide. All right, so there are two broad categorizations that I've considered, and it's not yet been, I've not yet had an opportunity to reflect deeply on this, but in the experience of the national disaster, we see two types of representation of student voice arising from this experience of emergency remote teaching and learning. And the one is what I've referred to as themed representation, and it's those forms of instrumentation and surveys, quantities, questionnaires, and the like, which we typically use in normal times also to gather feedback about the curriculum. So the student teaching evaluation lecture survey, the STEL survey, for example, is one such typical form of themed representation, and that representation always takes the curriculum as an object. In those instruments that we as institution use, the curriculum is an object. It's what did you experience, Tembi, in terms of your module EDC 311, whatever? How did you experience this part of the module in anthropology? It takes the curriculum as a particular focus, and of course, it's a curated form of data. And I know that sounds like an odd way of referring to data, perhaps, but what I mean by a curated form of data is that it is arranged for a particular institutional view. And I've termed those instruments of surveillance. Of course, I'm thinking of Foucault and the Foucauldian analysis of power and discourse and the like, because they are instruments that a university uses to determine how well its student body is doing, right? And how successful we are as an institution, in addition to all the data around performance. So we typically focus on pedagogy, content, style, and so on in these surveys, but the object is the curriculum and the quantities are curated in a particular perspective. Then those curated forms of data, those arranged data sets, the surveys, the questionnaires that faculties also ran independently of the central surveys that were run, are then formally presented in a series of reports for the institution. Typically, our annual report we term Teaching Learning Indicators Report. It serves annually through all our Senate teaching learning committees, governing bodies, and the like. And it has a series of sub-purposes. So this curated data on themed representation of student voice, it's used for marketing. The academics who are in our audience this morning will know they use it also as part of promotions, applications, the success rate, and so on. And we as an institution, contrast, compare, and verify that data with a series of external measures like the Universum survey or the Graduate Destination Survey, which are commissioned surveys which other universities around the country also participate in. So we do a check as to whether the themed and curated data matches up with the surveys that are run with other institutions as well. We can move on to the next slide. These are the success rates. Professor Sudeen touched on this, and indeed we do see this improvement in student success rates. There are a myriad of reasons that need further introspection, not least of which, of course, from an academic perspective, is the fact that students had multiple opportunities to submit online assessments, more so than would ordinarily be the case in kind of the normal times of face-to-face teaching, learning, contact. This does not detract from the huge challenge of authentic assessments or the huge challenge of dealing with academic integrity, dishonesty and so on in the online environment, or indeed the enormous difficulties and limitations that students themselves experienced with connectivity, with power, with access to a reliable connections and so on in relation to their experience of remoteness. Our understanding of remoteness has also had to shift. Remoteness, conventionally, we've thought of as remoteness from an urban center in which connectivity is possible, but increasingly we find that understanding nuance to become remoteness from the institution in terms of access to resources, for example, a stable home space, a peaceful learning environment, and so on. Those can equally render a student in our very same community remote from the institution, remote from teaching learning. We can move to the next slide. So this is another form of curated data. It's the Universum survey that the NWU participates in. This is a typical word cloud activity. I'm only using it for illustrative purposes here as to what I mean by the curated nature of data. We can move on to the next slide. The second area of student voice is what I've termed voiced representation. Voiced representation take the form of those forms of data which are typically not curated. They are collected but not curated. They take the form of complaints, emails, compliments, the kinds of queries that students would direct to an individual academic, perhaps to a person in authority if there's not been responsiveness, and their object is resolution of the issue at hand. So it's an individualized, fairly atomized direction. It can, if not resolved, those forms of student voice also be taken up by student representatives, and if still not resolved, I'm thinking of a big one like, for example, financial and academic exclusion, which happens year after year in our sector as an unresolved issue come January, February, and March of our year. Those can also take the form of protest. And I've put in brackets there that resolutions are the objects and solutions are the objects. But I think the important view about that data is that it's not a curated view. It's not shaped, it's not collected in a systemic kind of way. The next slide. And then I'm almost at the end, Andre. So what do we see? We see between these two forms of data that the embodiment and disembodiment is an issue. Student voice became very much disembodied. Student participation in governance structures and the decision-making structures of the university similarly became disembodied. This is not only an NWU finding, by the way. I also checked it with several studies conducted in the Northern Hemisphere, Council of Europe studies, as well as North American Education Association studies. Protests, when they form, have remain and are collective because those issues, although affecting individual students, are nevertheless an issue held in common, and they might begin being channeled in a fairly uncurated manner, but they land up having a collective representation as their outcome. I think there's a deep coloring of student voice that begs further research, that I think we've got to look more at in terms of what kinds of responses are coming from particular groups of students to the curriculum in terms of their experience. Can these be classified in terms of race, class, gender? I think there's a wonderful data set there potentially that could really yield insights for us as an institution about how to make the curriculum more accessible, how really to support students in the online teaching learning space. And then the next slide. Very powerful quote from Sarah Ahmed's work that I think I wanted to share with you. I'm sorry there's so much text on this slide, but I'd like you to read it with me. The insight that we gain from her work on complaint, I think, is fascinating. She says, some experiences are so devastating they take time to process, and COVID, I think, is one of these. And organizations can also take too long to respond to some of the issues raised by students. And she terms this strategic inefficiency. We think of it as annoying on an individual level, but she says that it has taught her that the longer complaints remain unresolved or atomized, she speculates there is a connection between the discriminatory effects of inefficiency and the efficiency with which organizations reproduce themselves. And by that I'm saying the extent to which a curriculum addresses student needs in a fairly responsive way is also to some extent testimony to the importance that an institution places on, or the significance an institution places on student voice, the value of student voice in the curriculum. And then we can go to the last, I think it's the last slide. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to me this morning and for participating in the talk. I'm looking forward to the questions afterwards. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, let me just get to my... first off, I'd like to thank Dr. Andre for this opportunity and to our other two speakers. I've learned so much just sitting here and listening, and it's honestly, it's very well, or very amazing just to be here. I'm just here to give my perspective of student life and COVID and everything that's gone on so far. And with the COVID pandemic, it pushed us into a different era. We went from contact classes to sit-down exams and tests to online classes and submitting assignments. But when it comes to the race factor, we forget that not everyone has access to internets and laptops and other devices that they can use to submit their assignments or do their tests. In 2021, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, or NSFAS, as we all know it, began a program where you can order a laptop. They tried to bridge this gap that we had regarding laptops or computers that students don't have, but I feel personally that the biggest gap that we have, even now, is the internet connection gap. Not everyone has access to Wi-Fi or fiber connections. I'm one of those lucky students who do have Wi-Fi at home. I do have a laptop that I can access. It's seen as a must today to have a laptop or internet connection, as we have to be in class, whether it be online or in contact, but most students prefer contact or online classes. It's not as easy for some students who live in the shacks or in locations where they have to travel, either by taxi or on foot, between 20 and 30 kilometers just to the closest place that has internet connections. I cannot speak for a student that lives in a shack. I've never experienced that. But for me, I don't have to travel so far just to have access to internet. I can just go to my laptop and connect to my own Wi-Fi. When it comes to online classes, when it began in March of 2020, it was different, kind of strange, really. I went from a structured schedule of, I have a class at 9, I have a class at this time, I have a class at this time. I made sure to be in these classes just for myself. But then the pandemic struck, and it was no longer the structure of class. At this time, I have to be there, I have to see the professor. It became a question of, oh, I can just, join the Zoom link and continue with whatever I want to do at home. I no longer had that structure. I no longer had the force to be there, there wasn't attendance being taken, and it was easy just to attend, quickly send in your information, and then just continue with whatever you were doing. I remember the first time I had to join online classes, I was diligent. I was there at all the classes, but then after a time, I got lazy with joining the classes. I would join every once in a while a class. There was no one to stop me or no one to force me to join the classes. So the pandemic struck me in a different way. I did continue doing my assignments and submitting them, but when it came to the classes, this laid-back schedule that I had pushed me into a stressed life. I could almost never really remember the days because it all blended into one. There wasn't a Monday 9 o'clock class. It was I have a class at 9. Whether it be Monday or Tuesday, it was a class at 9. And these days that blended into one long day only separated the more I started realizing at one point the pandemic will be over. We will have to go back to classes. So I started having a different structure, a different way of seeing things. But the more the pandemic continued, the easier this became. Online classes became the new normal, and it became normal to submit your assignments, no longer have to sit down in a venue to write a test, but you can sit at home and try not to look at the textbook that's right next to you. But we became, I would say, acclimatized to this new pandemic, to the new normal of classes. But now with the hybrid learning system we have now, a mixture between online classes and contact classes, I believe that it can become the new normal, but it's strange again to sit in a class, see the professor, having to raise my hand to speak to the professor. It's different, but it's a new different, and we could all learn to get used to it. But yeah, thank you everyone for this opportunity, and thank you to Dr. Andre that has been so diligent with the Race Week, and it's a great opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for the questions. We've got a microphone, so I'm going to be passing it around, and you can direct your questions to Crane or Robert or Zandre. Are there any questions from the floor? Yeah? All right, Pierre?
Hi, good morning. I'm not so good with the microphone. I don't know if it's so much a question as speaking to men of influence from the classrooms. And Crane told us the context in which South Africa has landed. The student said this could be a new normal. But to me, the remoteness is out there, the remote. So thinking about home as a stifling space, right? Where the relationships between and among the people are incredibly stifling. My question is, or my comment is, our campuses, no matter how unequal, no matter how problematic, liberates us from those unsettling obligations at home. So I can't accept this new normal because my students are the oldest daughter. She must cook, she must clean, she must do this, she must do that. The selfies from the hospitals. So I would like to ask or request that we take seriously what the remote is. So remote is where someone is sitting in a house where she can't come to class because she's got to cook or clean, her parents are not valuing her education. And thinking about how could we think about our campuses, which are in fact spaces designed for learning, no matter how imperfect, and thinking about going sort of back there. And then in terms of Northwest-University with an ethic of care, in my teaching, I always try to think, if I care for Thandi, how am I distributing harm somewhere else? And how are we thinking of the relationship between care and harm, between a new normal where some people can come in remotely when in fact it's possibly sort of harmful? What would careful practice look like rather than a careless statement of a new kind of normal we must kind of live with? Because home we cannot assume, or that those remotes, those elsewheres, are benign places. And to work or live at work or to live in your classroom, I think is very hard. So I'm appealing to the two of you who are men of influence to consider the value of the world and our campuses as spaces designed for education, in thinking of how could we sort of move forward to consider, no matter how imperfect our campuses are, that they do give us a little bit of a sense of freedom to be more than a wife or a mother or a daughter or the oldest child. It does give us that sense. Thank you.
I'm not sure who wants to take that question on. Robert?
So thanks for the question about what is remote and the distribution of harm in relation to the commitment to an ethic of care. I think those are very deep questions. And certainly the data suggests to us that the distance from the campus, and I'm not thinking about physical distance, I'm thinking about the emotional connection, the connectivity in other ways, the affiliation, the affinity with students, with each other, has been a dreadful loss to learning. And so many of our parents wrote me letters when we asked students to come back, all of them, to say, why should we send our students back if they're only being taught once a week, maybe once every 3 weeks? And our response was that these students need to be together for each other, for the learning that is missing that used to happen when they were together as students. So the remote issues, I think, are as I mentioned, begging further research and definitely more reflection at an institutional level about what is enabled through it and what is disabled because of it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks. Your question's very important. It's about sociality and the nature of sociality and how spaces are set up for particular kinds of sociality. So this sociality of the university is different to the sociality of home, right? And it has very particular kinds of, I call them coordinates, but it's structured to produce particular kinds of outcomes. You take that away, and you're having to rethink this whole process about how consciousness, our thinking comes into play and into work. And this is why disciplines must talk with each other. It's really important for sociologists and anthropologists to be talking to people in education in deep kinds of ways. Our political scientists, architects, designers need to be in conversations with people who are thinking about how to do all of this stuff. What has happened is we have been pitched into a brand new space, and we're not going to go back from it. We really aren't. We're not going to go strictly back to a face-to-face routine. And so we're going to have to rethink how these socialities work in ways which are constantly aware of this thing of precarity, which I was trying to speak about. You know, how you manage these very difficult historical, and I'm going to call them affordances. They're not deficits. The affordances that people bring into the university in ways in which we can work with productively. I mean, how are we going to do that, right? How are we going to do that? It may seem obvious, but I am not sure. And so I think that we're heading into a space where unless we do something about the physicality of these spaces and the social precariousnesses that inhabit these spaces, I think we're going to be in a little bit of difficulty, and we're going to be. I think, as you said, Robert, and I really appreciated that. we are going to have to look at our stats with a lot of skepticism, because I think that the stats are saying to us everything is all right. I look at matric results, and the matric results say that over the last 2 years, we're unable to show any COVID effects in what those outcomes are. And I don't believe it. I mean, I really don't believe it. And so we're needing to look a lot more carefully, I think, at what has happened. The stats are going to lead us into policy outcomes which are backward. And that's a mistake. Sorry for talking so long.
Are there any other questions? We've got two over here. We'll take both of the questions one by one and then respond to them.
Good morning to everybody here, and thank you to those who pitched. Good morning to the panel. It's quite interesting to meet the author of the Sudeen report. It's the most entertaining report you'd read. But anyway, I was about to say that stats are deceiving because I was marking undergraduate papers last year, and a lot of things popped up. A lot of basics were not present. You could see that there is not the type of support that you get when you're on campus. I mean, you had students submit assignments through pictures. They would write it in print, and then they'll take a picture and then submit it that way. It was quite a shame, besides the fact that they're not submitting in the right format. You could still tell there are a lot of difficulties there. But it's a tricky question when it comes to the issue of sociality, because I'm safer at home mentally and emotionally than when I am on the Potchefstroom campus, because my identity is not alienated. I feel more at home than I am on campus, and I've been here for quite some time. But my question is, and I've had this question for quite some time, how easy or how difficult is it to trace the impact of higher education institutions on these societies where disadvantage comes from? That's the first question. Because we have the humanities that's seen as non-essential, but we have so many social problems that are not investigated to a point where they become ecosystemic. So transformation becomes very difficult. That's why I think this idea of radical transformation is a fallacy. But the second question is, when Professor Sudeen talks about how we cannot divorce our historical dispositions from where we are today or from the context of COVID, how does it affect this whole debate of for or against race in policies of higher education? This whole issue of colorblindness with the context that we are in and the effects of COVID. How do we then approach that conversation? Do we now agree that certain parts of society are born into disadvantage and are born into a certain identity, rather than saying it is a matter of hard work and ensuring that there's at least a level of smooth sailing when it comes to affirmative action? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for our speakers. I was very much enlightened by what was said. And I do say that the question that was posed by my lecturer, Ms. Pia, was very much relevant and needs to be addressed more so. And based on that, my observation is just that, for example, here on this campus, the accessibility of this called access or help or relief that we have in this new normal isn't accessed or accessible to all, even till this day. I mean, the stats from TUSO or the mental health issues is not being addressed at all, because even then you see things thrown at you. For example, when you face a crisis as a student and you want to address it, you are inundated with things such as scheduling or availability or understanding when you get your mental health expert. So how do the student then sort of adapt to this new normal or use the access or the services that the university makes available to us? And that is very much important, because I myself hear from students who's like go there and they're not they face so many challenges in addressing the mental illness, and then even the experts not being able to understand the origin from where the student come from, or the students socializing. And even things such as our labs, G1 computers, are not accessible to all of us. So how do you then pass in this sort of new normal, or adapt, or even bring value as a student to your learning and to the outcomes of these learning processes? Just an interesting observation I'm questioning and look forward to reading up myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. So let's take your first question about tracing the impact of higher education on societies from which disadvantage comes. So I think that's a really important question to be always thinking about. And there's not much literature on that internationally. The stock approach to that question is to start by looking at throughput and success rate kind of frameworks or paradigms, and participation rates. So what those statistics do is give us a sense of the relationship of the university to the societies in which those universities are located. And we're seeing almost everywhere in the world a proliferation, an increase in the desire of people to go to higher education, everywhere. Now, if you are thinking of understanding the impact of higher education, you're seeing an impact there simply in that desire, because that desire is reflecting the reality that people who have higher education do better than people who don't at all. And it's the case here in South Africa. Unemployment rates amongst people who have higher education are significantly lower for people with higher education than for people who are not. I know we've got a whole controversy in the country about graduate unemployment, and graduate unemployment is high. It's about 9%, but it is significantly lower than for the rest of the rest of the country. And so that's an indicator. But we do need better indicators. And so here I'm agreeing. We do need better ways of understanding what this influence is of 3 or 4 or 5 years at a university is on well-being. Not just material comfort, well-being. Are people better equipped to be able to cope with the complexity of life in and around them? And we need that particular analysis. Are they making better decisions in their own interests and in the interests of people around them? And we haven't got that. We haven't got that kind of data. Your question about race is also interesting. My own response to you is to say that we do need to understand the complexity of disadvantage, the complexity of inequality, and chase it down in its full intersectional reality. So we need to be deeply aware, yes, of racism, but we also need to be aware of the multiplicity of other factors of power which are operative and real in people's lives right now, even in black communities, where you know, and I'm doing a thing on Black Lives Matter, you know, right now, and there's a kind of homogenization of white experience, black experience. I just want to say it doesn't work like that. You know, the realities are a whole lot more complicated. The point that I was alluding to earlier, which I didn't have time and space to embroider on, I think the big issue which we are having to confront in our country is the way inequality has reconstituted itself. We're having to come to terms with the ways in which race is now a factor which is impacted upon by a multiplicity of other factors which didn't used to be the case prior to the 1980s. A change in the country happens in 1980, actually, not 1985 onwards, not only 1994. But we've got to come to terms with the way in which this factor of race has been reconstituted, and that's an important sociological reality about power, in the country. The last point was about mental health. The colleague is not here now, but I just want to say mental health issues are going to be an issue always amongst us wherever we are, whatever time period in which we find ourselves. It's not a modern thing. People have had what they call mental conditions all of our sedentary lives for the last 10,000 years. And we've coped with those things in very different kinds of ways. The problem now is essentially that we leave people alone. People are having to cope with these things alone. And they are in communities, circumstances which are not supportive of what these conditions are. And this is, I think, where a university is primed to come to deal with these situations in ways in which communities are not. We should be able to see here vulnerability in its multiplicity in ways which a family cannot. So a family is going to be, yes, more loving, but they would not have the capacities to be able to deal with the complexities. And it's a paradox, yes, and that love will take you a long, long way. It's really wonderful to be having it, but we need love in the university too. The university must have love, must have not uncritical love, right? Not uncritical, not in the sense that I'm going to excuse everything that you do, which is not appropriate, but that we care for people, we care for people's well-being, and we can do it better here. We're resourced to do so.
All right, thank you. I see we've got, I think, two more people who want to ask questions, but I want to abuse my position very briefly to draw a connection to yesterday's sort of keynote, which looked really closely at technology and asked some fundamental questions about what technology is, where it comes from, how it structures sociality. And Divine Foe, who was the speaker, drew a very critical distinction between, or pointed to the fact of how technology imagines the subject as a Cartesian subject, a complete being, a whole. And he drew the distinction between that and what he called, based on Nyamjo's work, the convivial society, in which you are a person precisely because of your incompleteness. And working from that, he was very critical of data. He was saying, well, the data that we're gathering is data that's gathered with broken tools, because it's data gathered by technology, which structures everybody that it's gathering data from as a Cartesian subject, a whole, when in fact they're not. They're these partial subjects who are dependent upon multiple complex relationships with others to be able to borrow a phone. So when you look at someone's IP address, that IP address may be servicing 11, 12, 13 people who are sharing and switching and passing a telephone around to do that. And of course, we've been quite successful in producing or achieving the data that we see of unchanging success rates over the last couple of years. But in part, that's through particular kinds of investment. And I want to point to two kinds of investment. The one is what has typically been the university investment, the official one. We buy some software packages that will help us manage attendance and manage assessment and manage plagiarism and manage communication with students and with each other. And we invest in capacity building, in bringing people in to train each other on how to use it. Now, one of the nice things Divine said yesterday when talking about government was that development is best thought of as the foreign policy of others. So they give us money to do things, but this is actually money that comes with prerequisites. So it's the foreign policy of others that you must now service in your own capacity. And I want to throw out the provocation that the first line of investment, which is in buying things and capacitating people, isn't capacity development then best thought of as the corporate strategy of others, how they're going about creating new customers? And is that then the kind of investment that our students need? If our students are part of this convivial society where they are people precisely because of their partiality in the communities where they live, then capacity building is in fact a line that sunders those communities, that transforms the people in it into corporatized, Cartesian subjects imagined in a way that's disruptive to the careful functioning of those societies. So that's my first point. The second thing that I think goes missing from the data, and as a school director, I'm in the sort of privileged and unfortunate position of having to deal with staff and with students at the interface where it's most difficult emotionally and just physically as well, is that I think what's going missing from the data that we're seeing is the incredible amount of work that academics and students have had to put in to try and create convivial spaces within the otherwise constraining work of trying to transpose a mode of higher education invented, like you said, Crane, around this 1959 moment where people are imagined in their boxes as individuals, and to try and create spaces for that conviviality. So the success rates are a product of an informality lurking within but unrecognized within the system. And I think that's where the affordances that you're talking about lie. If we could invest in understanding that conviviality, understanding the work that's been done, not capacitating people, but giving people the space to develop new modes of being in the South African and African and decolonial context. I think that would be a much more productive way for thinking about what it's going to mean if indeed we're not going to retreat from remoteness. So I'm going to pass on to Chris, who also has a question, and then we'll open up for some responses. Okay, great. So as soon as Chris is done, will you queue up?
Okay. Hi, thanks. My question's also linked with technology, but I'm just thinking perhaps here from quite a humanities or non-STEM perspective, and that's around critical citizenship. And I think sometimes in the national discourse and even around COVID, even before, around the fourth industrial revolution, I've seen quite a disembodied sense of technology as something digital or about in a very futuristic sense, robotics, laptops. So my question here is there a way in which we can rethink technology as a teaching tool and an embodied sense beyond a laptop? And it's been touched on a fair bit into even something like the space one studies or learns as a technology. Even paper and a notebook as a technology. So my question here is around what other forms of technology should we harness and reconsider here to better support student learning? Is it a room of one's own that was being central and important? A lot of students were staying in residence and had a quiet place to study. Is it perhaps even thinking back to another mode of learning? Been teaching with my third-year history student, Sol Plaiki, and reminding them that even though he, all his political role, his opposition to the 1913 Land Act, his role as a newspaper editor, he often didn't have a room in his home, and his wife, Lilith, was often the hidden co-intellectual in that sense. But a lot of the context here is there's newspapers, more recently radio, even African languages, which are technologies, which we're not harnessing in the classroom. How can we rethink technology beyond the digital in terms of supporting and empowering students in their learning?
I'm just going to take one more question off of the Zoom, and then I'll pass on to...
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Andre, and thanks to the speakers for very stimulating presentations. I really enjoyed all the three presentations. And one thing I found quite interesting is just how, institutions have been very celebratory in looking at the statistics around, access and success, which I think have largely glossed over quite a lot of problems and challenges that the students really faced during these very difficult times. And I think there was quite a lot of sanitization of some of these statistics, as well as the speakers also highlighted. But my question is to the student who spoke on the panel, because I'm quite fascinated to hear student voices about how exactly they felt and how they experienced the pandemic situation. So you indicate that you are from a privileged background and that you wouldn't perhaps know much about the experiences of students who live in townships. But my question is around, how you experience racial integration in the institution, because that's one thing that I want to understand better, to say, how do you really relate to other students, and how is integration working? There was talk about sociality as well in terms of spaces. So in the student life, you do have the learning space, but also the living space in the accommodation and other spaces, of course, for interaction with students from different backgrounds. So that's one thing I just wanted to hear. I also listened to the other student who spoke from the floor, highlighting that he feels a bit uncomfortable being in the Potchefstroom campus. And that's to me speaks to something about, integration, about sociality within the context of the institution as such. So just a question to the student on that aspect. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Prof. Dumi. So I think let's take these in reverse order. So I'm going to give the mic to you first, and you can respond to Prof. Dumi, and then just pass it down the line.
Thank you for your question, Professor. When it comes to the integration of how I see students, that's the thing. I see them as students and not necessarily as a person of color or a person of a non-privileged background. And privilege can be anything from running water to having a roof over your head that doesn't leak. So I can't really say that I come from an overly privileged household, but I do come from a sort of privileged one. The integration between a student that is of color and me as a white person, for me over the last few years of my studies, I've realized once you stop seeing them as a person of color and you see them as a student, and if somebody that's struggling with you to understand the work that you're doing, or they know more than you, once you stop seeing them as oh, it's a black person, or oh, it's an Indian person, You see them as, that's my fellow student. That person will help me understand the sociology or the psychology, or they will just help me understand what it feels like to live in a residence. I've never personally lived in one, but if I were to, and there's a student there, whether it be a person of color, and they can help me understand that, okay, this is how it feels. You're no longer in your mother's house. Your mom's not cooking for you anymore. You have to cook yourself. You have to clean for yourself. If that person can help me learn the ropes of being in a hostel or residence, it can be different. Seeing them as a fellow student and not as a person of color, that is integration. You integrate not only with them culturally, because now you live in the same dormitories, you also now live as students together. I can walk out of these doors and talk to 7 other students, whether they be students of color, of different backgrounds, sexualities. I see them not as a singular person because of their race. I see them as a person because of their studies. They are a student here on campus with me. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much.
So thanks for the question about technology. I think the UNESCO report on the impact of COVID on student voice is worth referencing with this question, because in that report, mention is made of digital citizenship. So rather than focus on technology as being the limit, the barrier, the condition through which you participate in pedagogy or the curriculum, to look at what digital citizenship is and then how technology enables that. And typically that discourse draws on citizenship studies and suggests that the thinking about the role of technology in relation to teaching is a false binary. The pedagogy-technology binary is not very helpful in considering how participatory collaboration in a curriculum can really be emancipating. So I think what COVID has done, just in relation to your question, I just want to refer back to my note here, is to make us understand how catastrophic, potentially, an unthinking adoption of technology can be. Catastrophic in terms of exacerbating already existing inequalities before COVID. So in that sense, it's an interruption. COVID is potentially an interruption that's an invitation to reconsider what it means to become a digital citizen in a way that is not simply a corporate replication of, I think, Andre, you referred to it as the kind of Cartesian subject, right? And maybe I should just pause at that point.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not going to say very much more than what Robert has said, but just to make this big point about tech design. I mean, tech design doesn't come out of a space of neutrality, right? Its origins and its just conceptualizations are always going to be founded in sociologies of one kind or another, ontologies of one kind or another. And our challenge is to be thinking about tech which not only allows for, but it begins from the premise of difference. I don't know how that can be done. I really don't. I mean, I don't know how we put into our benchmarking, our standardization, our tests for what tech we will accept and proliferate. I don't know how we put into that tech standards which meet the requirement of tolerance, respect, dignity, inclusion. I don't know how you do that. You know, and that's what you've got to aim at. And this is why talking about blockchain as we did last week. So I have colleagues who will say that blockchain is your answer. Blockchain is going to give you complete security of trust. Trust. That you can rebuild democracy on the basis of blockchain. You can rebuild the ways in which societies can come to deal with both individual and collective issues in trustful kinds of ways through the technology that blockchain enables. I'm not so sure of that. I'm not convinced that's yet the case, because we can already see how trust, even that kind of trust, can be manipulated. So I think we're in for really difficult times going into the future. You know, thinking about machine learning and artificial intelligence and all of these things, and how these values of inclusion, dignity, respect, and so on are written into, you know, all of that. I don't know. I really don't know.
All right, great. Thank you all very much. I think we're going to close it there, and just to let everyone online and here know that we're back at 11 o'clock with a much more focused discussion on how COVID has impacted the everyday realities that students have to live among as they try to succeed in their academic life. So please do join again at 11, and thank you all very much for the questions and the conversation. I go? All right, great. Good morning again, and welcome to our next session. This session is titled COVID and Changing Challenges to Student Life. The session aims to discuss how the pandemic has changed what is meant to be, what it means to be a student at a university, and also to make the broader community of lecturers and managers and policymakers aware of the many challenges students face or have faced during remote teaching as far as participation, access, identity production are concerned. For many students, being at home meant having to balance household responsibilities with their studies, meant having to share resources with working parents or siblings in school, meant having no opportunities to do the important work of defining themselves as young adults and developing visions of their own futures outside of the confines of their home lives. It is important that these challenges make it into the discussion about the future of online and remote teaching and learning. And to lead that discussion today, we have two speakers. The first speaker is Roxanne Mataubi, and I'm very happy to say she's a colleague of mine in social anthropology, teaching on the Vaal Triangle campus, the Van der Bijl Park campus of the Noordwes-universiteit. And she's recently finished a big piece of research that covered, among other things, the way that students develop coping mechanisms on campuses and what the impact of COVID has been on how those coping mechanisms play out in their lives as students. The second speaker is Chloe Coutan, who is a student in the faculty studying sociology and geography, and she's agreed very generously to volunteer her perspective on what we need to be paying careful attention to as we move forward in a world where remote teaching is probably something that's going to be with us for a while. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand you over to Roxanne. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'm happy that I could, even though virtually, be here with you guys to sort of speak about my work and speak about what this experience has been like. So I'm speaking from my thesis today. It's been a lot, and specifically I'm going to hone in and sort of focus on one chapter, which is my chapter 2, which I titled Navigating the Distance. So just to give you a little bit of a background before I get into that, my research has always been centered around student wellness and navigating institutional spaces, how you survive and cope in the space. And the title of this thesis was Speaking Distress Out of Being. And it was centered around language and sort of use of expression of stress and emotion by students. It came about in a very interesting way where being a student, a tutor, a lecturer in a university space, I was confronted with, as well as at times myself, using, various terms like in the pits or go-ishing. And to an extent, because I was straddling so many lines, I understood it and I was able to make sense of it. And it wasn't until I was sort of in my own experience where I was trying to share the pressure I was under and what I was feeling. And my response to one of my conveners at the time had been, I'm in the pits. And I remember the reaction was very funny. It was very much like, you guys exaggerate, carry on, whatever, I'll see you in class. And it made me reflect on my research I had done in the prior year, where again centered around student wellness, centered around help seeking, which I think is very interesting for the conversation that we had earlier this morning, where it was brought up, how does mental health factor into this? The particular students I worked with were students who, yes, we're at university. Yes, we will be bragging about being in the 1% that gets in, that, we're getting an education, but once in these spaces, we don't really know how to go about help seeking. So it stemmed from a particular student who I'd been working with for months. Everything was fine. Whenever we spoke, she would say something to me like, if I asked how she was, she'd be like, things are just hectic. Rox, it's hectic. She'd smile, laugh it off and walk away. And towards the end of my research, we had a very striking moment where she said to me, do you have a minute to speak? And I was like, of course. And suddenly everything she'd been hiding by saying, things are hectic, spilled out, and she broke out in tears. And it was quite an intense moment. Obviously, being my first year in postgrad, it was not something I was ready to deal with. So I sort of set it back. I saved it. I put it down in that field notes, but it was something I wasn't ready to explore. And then going into this research, that was my aim. That was what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at the way in which students are communicating, because this is important, not only if you are yourself a student, but for the space, for our lecturers, for the people we come in contact with. How do we go about helping if there's this sort of communication barrier where when a student will say something like, I'm in the pits, it doesn't register as them saying, I need help. And if they're not coming from positions where they understand that they can go to student wellness, where they're able to access and make sense of the type of resources that are here, how do we go about intervening? So that's sort of the space I was aiming to go in. I think like many things in 2020, a lot of what happened was that COVID struck. And when COVID struck, you had to rethink a lot of what you were doing. You had to adjust. This turned into a project I was then doing for a lot longer than I had planned. But what Chapter 2 did for me, still focusing on language, still focusing on the way students were expressing themselves, I was able to take into consideration COVID and distance. And what this chapter does is explore how the distance approach to learning, so whether it's this remoteness, whether it's emergency distance learning, there's various terms we had for it, but how this further disconnected students, not only from one another, but from the mutual support and understanding that's offered within existing in this community, right? So this is a conversation that I think we've had from 9 o'clock, where we were sort of discussing how in the space students, yes, were physically distanced from campus, and that brought on an onslaught of so many issues. But further, for me, the place that I want us to take this today is that the relationship was lost, right? And the relationship in the space is important. The relationship that I'm looking at is being able to speak to your peers, right? It was being able to walk into class and say, I'm in the pits, and laugh. And yes, this isn't a solution, but what this offered and what I found it offered my students was a way to offload, right? So yes, things are still horrible. Yes, you still have so many assessments due. Yes, your personal life, you're still going through so much, but it was a bit of an offload and a way to know you were not alone, right? So your reaction in this sort of circumstance, when you say this to your friend, is that they respond and they say to you, I understand, and they laugh along with you, and perhaps they'll share their own term or they'll show you a meme, but you laugh it off. So it was really about this humor and how being disconnected, not only from campus, but now from one another, impacted their abilities to offload in this way. So what I argued is that being distanced, not only did students face further constraints to their studies, but lack of conversation between peers led to further frustration, distant feelings, stress, and difficulty for the students with whom I worked. I think here it then is central to say that obviously, while I wish I could have worked with everyone, what I am able to offer you here is quite limited. It's limited to the amount of students I had to work with, as well as also my sort of experience, because I was lucky enough to be part of the care callers that were dispatched during this time of COVID, where universities were trying, and I will put it out there, trying as much as they could to curb the issues that were happening. As things were happening, we were adapting and doing as much as we can. And part of what the care call sort of job for the month I did it was I literally would sit and pick up my phone. I'd get a list of students that I would need to call, pick up my phone, call them, ask how they were doing, ask what it is that we can do on our end. So I think it's so important to put in there. I know it's different. I know every university had sort of multiple ways in which they did this, but there were these sort of consistent efforts to try and make things okay. And that's the process I'm sort of going to take you through from here. So I agree, this is something that Professor Sudeen had said. It's something that Pia had also brought up in the conversation that was had previously. But when the pandemic hit, we were all forced into a shutdown and a lockdown, and especially during that first sort of initial period of 2020, universities and residence halls were not considered to be essential. So at this point, a lot of students and the students with whom I was working with were forced to leave campus. And I want you to imagine when I say leave campus, they were not going down the road home. Some of them needed to cross borders. Going home meant quite a lot to some of them. And I will put here again, I think it's always important to sort of try and add that bit of positivity. For the first week, you know, there was something positive about being with your family, being with your guardians, being with the people you care for, when there was so much uncertainty in the air. So there was that initial relief. I think as students, again, it is important to put in there, you're gonna be somewhat happy when you get that email that tells you, you know, you're getting a bit of a break, or you don't need to report to campus or be in class, or you get an extension. And what I experienced with these students was a bit of a relief in that moment, right? And I think just like all of us, after the first 21 days, things suddenly got a lot more serious. It was a lot more scary. We were not as comfortable in being at home and what it meant to be home. So one of the points that was brought up earlier is that the university had to come up with some form of contingency. And the first form of contingency was that to not lose, you know, the year, we needed to teach online. Online learning needed to become a reality. At the time, a lot of online learning for the institution I was working at, and the institution in which I did this research, which was UCT, was that some departments would do the thing of Zoom where you would actually have your online classes where you could see me, I would speak to you. Other lecturers were pre-recording work, uploading it to the equivalent of eFundi. And students would need to, in their own time, go on and watch these lectures and ensure they were doing their assessments. They then had tutors, and a lot of the tutorial groups is where you actually would get some form of contact. So it would be via a WhatsApp conversation. If you were able, it would be via Zoom chat. But that was really the only point in space in which students were able to have some form of contact. The issue, however, with this is that not everyone's homes are conducive to this, right? So yes, I think something that Chris had asked earlier was this idea of, do you need a bedroom, right? Is the bedroom or an office space enough? And in this case, it was less about the literal infrastructure in this first point, but about the fact that being at home meant I wasn't just a student, right? So if I'm the student, I'm speaking from one of my participants' perspectives here. And what she had said to me at the time is, my family, especially my mom, they didn't understand the pressure I was under. So while home, alongside studying, I had to cook, I had to clean and do all sorts of household responsibilities. Even if I tried to complain or explain that I was busy, I was shut down, because sitting in front of a computer all day was not considered working to my mom. I had no choice but to go with it while I was home. I was a daughter, which meant I had chores and responsibilities to my mom and our household. I had to carry my weight. So one of the sort of big factors students were faced with in this space, aside from, like I said, your distance from campus, you're not on campus, you're not with your friends, but being home meant I'm a daughter. When I'm a daughter, I have certain household responsibilities that I need to maintain. For some of my other participants, it meant being at home as a wife and a mother. This is what I needed to be first. So I think that's that interesting space where we look at whether you're home or whether you're on campus and what this means. Being on campus, whether it was full-time living on residence or whether it was for a few hours a day while you sort of went to your contact classes, what this offered for students was a distancing from these household responsibilities, from the various roles that become important, and in a large way, the ones that are important at home, right? The ones that are prioritized, the ones you need to be doing first and foremost when you're in the space. So now confronted with being back home, being distanced from campus, meant a shortening of the distance for their household responsibilities. So suddenly, you know, we had students who were only able to send emails or respond or participate in tutorials or do their work at the end of the day, right? So after I've done my responsibilities as a mother or as a daughter or as a sibling, only then am I able to really take on my academics, right? I'm only then able to sit sort of in the depths of the night, sitting, reading, studying, going through my work. that was something quite important because we see a various sort of distancing happening in this space and happening on both sides. And another barrier in this time as well was then obviously, so we had the first and foremost your home, and now, you know, you have all these responsibilities, you're all these other people, and you need to try to navigate and juggle that. But on top of that, for the students who were now home, who were not even in the position to have the computers, right? So yes, the university was like, we're online, this is great, we can make it work, we're gonna help as much as we can. But a lot of students didn't have access in that way. Again, there was this need to sort of be proactive and ensure that everything that could be done was being done. And in this case, we saw the sort of rollout of various laptops to students on financial aid or students who weren't able to access this. Along with that, there was this rollout of data to those who didn't have it. And the point that falls in here again is one that we had discussed, where infrastructure and technology, the skill to use technology is something that not a lot of us have. It's something that not all students, especially first years, and the first years I worked with and the first years I called, this is where they struggled, right? So we have students who are coming from spaces where computer literacy was never sort of in their schooling, right? They never learned about this. This was something that if you were going to a Model C school or above, this is what they have access to. So obviously you would have had this skill. This is something that some participants spoke about needing to pay extra for if they wanted to do it in school. So a lot of them hadn't had that access. Being at home now meant that, yes, the university granted me access and try to sort of level the playing field in giving me this computer, but there's not much that can be done if I don't know how to use it meaningfully, right? So we all know the computer goes beyond being able to press on and off. You need to be able to understand, even just basically to get onto your eFundi page, to get onto your assignments, to watch your videos and use Word. And this is something that one of my, and I'll call her a prominent figure in this research because my thesis from start to end sort of follows her story and the way she struggled throughout this time. But I had a participant, Nadia, and one of the things she had shared with me, she was a first year student. One of the things she said is that it's been tough. I'm struggling academically because of this online learning thing. I lack computer literacy. So this whole online learning thing kind of exposed and demotivated me. I don't even know who to ask for help. My parents don't know, and nor do my friends from high school. So I just feel vulnerable. And this was another sort of, I think, important point, because in this space and being online, and yes, we had various methods for doing this. We had the version where your work was uploaded and in your own time, you needed to go find the structure and make that work for yourself, or you needed to be in live sort of Zoom classes. And in this space, it became, I think, this is something that was brought up earlier, you become vulnerable in a lot of ways. How are you the student who raises your hand in the online lecture or even through a WhatsApp and says, I don't know how to use the computer, I'm not sure how to do this, can someone help me? And it reminded me of a story, I shouldn't call it a story, it really happened, but that I experienced not only myself, but that I had heard through working with other students, that, you know, Leslie Social, the lab that we had at UCT, was a wonderful place for lots of things. And it was as simple as being able to sit in a lab and have a laboratory tutor. So the person who's on duty all day, who's going to help you if you don't know how to print, who's going to help you access your emails or the student portal. It's as simple as having the person who's seated next to you and being able to say, you know, hey, can you help me? And important again there, when you can't say it, how does this happen? So the image I want you to imagine is you're in the lab, there's someone next to you. And again, this is what I'd heard through a peer, but you're in the lab, and what he had shared with us was that the person seated next to him didn't know how to put the computer on, right? The person didn't reach out or say anything, but he noticed and after a while assisted. How do we gain the same type of assistance and knowing and sharing when we're in a virtual space, right? When we're distant. So in this, you're further distant and isolated. And I think important here, bringing in that word isolated. because suddenly it's no longer about distance and remoteness and how far you are from one another, but a feeling that you start to experience within yourself. It's quite a lot to feel isolated, that you're struggling, that no one understands, that you're vulnerable to the fact that you lack a skill that we often take for granted. I think many of us sitting in this position wouldn't even sit and consider, you know, are all of my students able to do this? Do my students understand how eFundi works, and how can I assist them in doing this if this is not something they've seen before? So I think specifically, again, it becomes a point of concern for our first year students, how they were distanced and in which way, and what does this mean to them? So this, like I said, was another example of how students became isolated, and not only from their peers, but from their academic responsibilities. Because in this, what Nadia was sharing with me is that she became demotivated. And I think quite striking about Nadia is that she was doing quite well in her courses. She was one of those students who I think fortunately had a lot of the theory down, which meant she was able to write quite eloquently. She was doing quite well when we had conversations, but her motivation was lacking. And the second her motivation was lacking, she wasn't able to participate in the way she did when we first started speaking. She wasn't able to participate, and she got to a point where she was considering dropping out. And I diverge here a little bit, but I will say thankfully she was able to, fortunately, be part of it, a shared experience that forced all students to get together. And based on that relationship, based on being able to speak to students and share an experience and share in panic, that's what it was, share in panic with students, she was able to forge relationships and friendships, and through that she stuck it out. Through that she was able to succeed and go back to being the student, you know, that was there and happy and motivated and able to do the work. And I think that's where the relationships become really important, especially for first years. But reverting back to third years, I think it's important then to also bring up that second to third years, and I worked with students in undergrad, so I worked with people from their first to third year. And even for the more senior students who had already established connections in 2019 and the little bit before lockdown occurred, they associate feelings of this isolation, and their isolation and distance stemmed from the fact that now being at home, they didn't have access to keeping up with their peers. So to give you sort of a view of this, 3 of the people I worked with were quite close friends. They were actually introduced to me as best friends. They were in their third year of study. One, if I'm not mistaken, was in Johannesburg. One was in Botswana. And why can I not remember where the third was? But they were all located in different spaces, which means once they returned home, although they were doing similar modules, although they were friends and would on campus speak quite often, they didn't have the same type of access. And they spoke from a point of, yes, we now have sort of the data allocation from UCT, and we've got the computers, which is great, but I'm at home and I'm needing to share my computer with my brother and my mother and, you know, people in my family, so that we can all go on with this every day, right? We can all go on with some form of normal. My parents still need to be bringing some type of money into the home so we can eat. My brother is now doing schooling where sometimes he goes in, sometimes he doesn't. The school is not able to offer online versions. So a lot of this is self-study, and he needs the access to this computer. I'm sharing the data with all of them. So we're not in a position to be chatting to one another. We're not in a position to be using the data that we do receive to be social, right? So I need to spread this between myself and my family in order to keep this unit going, in order to keep us going. And a lot of what this did, again, was distance them from their peers. And this became important because, like I had said in the beginning, being able to speak to your peers, being able to have that voice and share a silly little meme, or that you're in the pits, or even for those who go into a lot more detail, being able to do that was a way to decompress, right? I think the popular way we phrase it now is we'll say things like, oh, we need a debrief, right? We need to speak about this. We need to speak about just happened. Being able to do that was important and quite integral to their ability to continue through the year, right? To not get exhausted, to, yes, it's no solution, but some form of offload is better than nothing. And what was happening with students, it was piling up, right? There was no outlet. And to this, one of my students sort of shared, and she said, I was definitely more stressed while home. I couldn't speak to my friends as much, and I couldn't dare vent to my family. I was so stressed. Another added, it sucked not to talk to my peers. I needed them. I can't share this pressure with my mom because I don't want her to worry. But I can't speak to my peers because they're all so far, and we don't really have data or airtime to have long phone calls. So the distancing from campus, again, wasn't just from lecture halls, wasn't just from being able to speak to Sudeen or have access to campus to use the labs, but also the support that came from your peers, the support that came from a sense of understanding and being like, I'm here with you, I'm going through it with you, the support that was necessary for students' adaptation to university spaces. I think one of the important things that we always think through and we always see, I know when I was in university, they called it the first year spread. So the sort of thing that happens to you when you're thrown into a space that's different to what you've been in before, and you need to adapt, right? You start to take on the habits of the people you're seeing around you. You start to speak in particular ways, and this way of speaking I'm referring to here is using the shorthand, is using memes, is laughing off a lot of the stress and pressure you're under. This is necessary to adapt to the space. This is necessary, or what I found in the research I've done, this was necessary for students. You needed a space in which you were able to complain about whatever it is that was going on. And I think it's important to note here that a lot of what happens isn't just being on campus and being stressed, right? I'm not just stressed because I have 5 assignments due and this feels like the heaviest, scariest thing I've ever had to face. But there's a lot more. Campus seems to be, and here I refer to my prior research, it seemed to be a space where a lot of the traumas you faced in your life suddenly bubble up. It seems to be a space that somehow encourages opening of wounds that you thought were closed previously. And I think an interesting point to go with this is, yes, we have access, and thankfully through sort of the COVID period, we still opened and gave access to sort of student wellness and spaces and counseling for students to go to. But what happens when you're in a position, in a place where you're not able to let that go, right? So what happened with one of my students was that obviously during this time, emails were sent saying, hey, you're able to reach out, we want to help you, book a session if you want to. And what she did was book a session, naturally thinking, this is great, this is going to help me. I'm isolated right now, I'm alone, I'm from Kenya, I know no one here. There's a lot happening, it would be really good to speak to someone. And what had happened in this space is that obviously systems were overbooked, right? There was no space. They got back to her saying that things were full, but once they had room again, they would reach out to her. This happened several months later. When it did happen, she made the decision to go to the session. It was virtual. She made the decision to have the session, thinking it was important, and that even though it was months later, better try, better start. And I won't divulge what the session was about or what they discussed, but what I will share with you is that the very next sort of session we had speaking, doing research, she said to me, it's wonderful what the university can offer us, right? It's wonderful that I was able to go to that session, but I don't have time, right? I don't have time to be in a position where I have all these assignments, but I also need to deal with whatever it is that's holding me back. I need to deal with this wound that I was so sure I was done with. She explained to me that everything that she had been somewhat running from had spilled out in the session. She was in tears for days after it had happened. And after about 2 days, she was like, I don't have time, right? I don't have time. I need to be a student. I cannot be a person who needs to deal with what's happening in my life, needs to deal with this trauma, needs to deal with this wound while being a student that's completely functional. Not only am I a student and that's stressful in itself, but it's COVID, there's a pandemic. How do I ensure that I have enough energy, that I'm in a space that I can deal with everything? I can't. So what she did was attend that one session and not one ever again. And her exact words to me was, you know, Roxanne, I will do this. I will do it when I have time to do it. But the time to do it is not while I'm a student. The time to do it is not while my family are depending on me, while my family are paying for me to be here and get through what I need to here. So while I'm here, yes, I'd prefer to laugh. I'd rather laugh it off. I'd rather save this for another day. I'll save it for a day when I don't have the pressure that I have right now. And I think this an important one to bring up again, because all I've been telling you throughout this time is that, yes, we know we all face mental pressures. Yes, mental health is a big thing. We're destigmatizing it in a big way, and more we're reaching for help. We're wanting to explore this, but in the spaces that students have, whether at home, whether on campus, it's not always conducive for this. We're not always able to do that. And what happened through COVID, what happened during this time of distancing, was that Hi, I'm so sorry, everyone. I don't know what just happened. For some reason, I am connected to the internet, but it wants me off. I think that was the universe telling me I need to get through with this. But just sort of what I wanted to conclude within this space where things have been so heavily exacerbated, where it's so much worse than it would have been in a lot of ways. And I want to say worse. Obviously, I cannot anticipate what this would have looked like had COVID not happened, what my research outcome would have been had COVID not occurred. I can only speak through what I had. And I think where I want to end this is with that, being home during online learning shortened the distance to family, shortened the distance to the people, you know, we care for and love in particular ways, but it further distanced us from the support that was necessary. Your family is not able to support you in the way that your peers can. And I know that's a big thing. I know this is something that people may contest. But I'm going to leave you, and this is where I'll end. I'll end with a quote from one of my students who said, "I could not speak to my family because they wouldn't understand. They have never been in this situation. I lacked the words to share my experience in a way that they could understand. My friends would just get it if I said, go wishing, it's eating me here. My parents wouldn't. So I didn't speak to them because I didn't know how. And because I didn't speak to them, I was more stressed out. I was more reserved. I didn't know what to do and I didn't have an outlet. I think the only thing I can say is, I think I'm scared now. I don't know how I'll begin to speak to peers once I'm back." And that's where I sort of want to end. I know it's a lot to think through. It's a lot to try and make sense of. But I think for me, importantly, the place I was at, and particularly in this chapter, what was necessary was a space to build community. Not being on campus, not being able to speak to one another meant that this transition from high school student to university student wasn't able to happen, and they weren't able to establish them socially within the university space. And not being able to do so meant they lacked a lot of the support that was necessary to be a university student. And yeah, thank you guys so much for giving me my little 2 minutes to share.
Great, thank you so much for that, Roxanne. I think so much of what you spoke about now resonated with what Robert had been talking about right at the beginning of his presentation this morning, talking about how the baseline data about student mental well-being that they've gathered from student wellness doesn't seem to have changed between 2019 and 2021. And I think you've offered some really great avenues for us to think along for why that might be the case. So before we get on to talking about that and other things, I'm going to give the microphone to Chloe, who's going to talk to us a little bit from her perspective of being a student over the past years here at Northwest. Thanks, Chloe.
Good day to the people online and to the people sitting in front of me. I'm going to start with saying, in response to the global closing down of schools globally, educational institutions had to adopt distance learning to make sure the students are still getting education while fighting against COVID-19. In my short experience of being a student for just 3 months, I learned the hard way that time management is very crucial. My modules are very demanding, my lectures are very demanding, and the fact that everything's online feels way too demanding for me. Not only do I feel like I'm drowning physically, but I also feel like I'm drowning mentally and emotionally. My mind is so occupied between keeping up with schoolwork and doing things outside of school that my physical being cannot keep up. I receive way too many emails from different lecturers, different modules at the same time, and my brain is constantly battling to keep up so that I get to manage to finish the work and not fall behind. Not having direct contact with my lecturer results in me not focusing while online because there's too many notifications coming in at once. My mind goes from listening to my lecturer and what is important, then my mind focuses to what I think is more fun, where I can find a time to relax. I'm always falling behind, and it leads to me sleeping very late. I develop anxiety and sometimes sleeping disorders, which is not healthy for my whole physical being and mental health. My mind cannot function optimally, but every day I wake up with a mindset of saying short-term pain will come with long-term gain in the long run. Having a high academic grade is all good and well, but it comes with having a low mental health. I also adopted the coping mechanism of taking a nap between my lectures so that my physical being can keep up with having to stay focused and doing my work and still having fun outside of school. I was also robbed from the full experience of being a student in university. I didn't get to meet a lot of people. I first had to meet you online before I met you in real life. I even have study groups online. I get help online on WhatsApp groups. Nothing is done in reality. This creates a distance and you feel like there's no connection between humans. Everything is done online, remotely. With this being said, I feel like there's a constant barrier between the online world and reality, and I'm struggling to keep up. Thank you.
Wow, Chloe, thanks for that. I think that was a really powerful account of what it means to be a student today, and I'm really happy you agreed to join and speak with us about it. So thanks, that was really brave. I'm going to open the floor now to questions from online and from the room. I'm going to take the microphone back over that way. If you have any questions, just pop up your hand and I'll bring you the mic to ask them. I'm also keeping an eye on the chat. Any questions? Anybody got a question from here? Here's the first question.
Thank you, Andre. It's not exactly a question, but my experience I want to share with you also, because in our home, I've got a teacher. He's on the teaching side of this whole experience. And at home also, our youngest son, he's 4th year student currently, studying technical teaching. And all these things you are telling me now, I'm experiencing with my children and with the students on campus, exactly the same thing is also happening. And what I experience quite a lot is the lack of socialization. The students on campus. And after attending a few graduation ceremonies, I even saw that a lot of students got their degrees with distinctions. And I don't know if the previous speakers also would, I'm actually worried about that. Because when we were studying, there were only a few students that graduated with distinctions. And suddenly when you look at the graduation program and more than 50% of a whole group has distinctions, that I don't know if that's the experience at other universities also, but that was my experience, and I would like to in future see if really those students were distinction quality. Because I don't know, the students that I hear, I would rather pose a question to you. Do you get the same value for your money currently? Because just an example with the education students that I know mostly, they are not getting close to doing the practical teaching stuff that we used to do when we were students. So I'm worried about what is going to happen when those students are in front of classes suddenly, because most of them are only now in their 4th year getting to do practical teaching the way it has to be done. So that's a lot of statements, but the question is, what is your experience? And from the previous speakers, I would like to know, how are we going to bridge this gap? Because there really is going to be a gap of practical experience.
Thank you for the question. Roxanne, would you like to respond? Chloe, would you like to maybe respond? All right, Chloe says that she doesn't quite have an answer for you. I think that's... is Roxanne still with us?
Sorry, I needed to get unmuted. I just want to, I think, start by saying, so I'm not sure what was happening in the space that your son was in, but for many of the universities that I'm aware of, the practical sort of subjects, the practical disciplines needed already to make different changes that we sort of in the humanities and social sciences need to do, right? So we needed to find a way to translate our teaching to our online platform. And I think eventually we somewhat got there when we took it away from trying to teach to encouraging learning. And I know it's a lot to say, but that's a lot of what it was about. It was about getting your course to the point where students were able to, whether it was via the printouts, whether it was online, they were able to learn by themselves. I think for our practical disciplines, that is quite different. And what I would call for or say in the space then is what was necessary is a curriculum change, right? Structuring it in a way that would be fair to everyone who under the circumstances couldn't participate practically. From the side of UCT, I must say that our students continued where practicals were necessary. They continued to do so. They ensured that while having everyone else at home, while there were students who definitely couldn't come back because of the space we were at with regulations and with COVID, they definitely prioritized where pracs were necessary. And I think that's just a thing where it will need to be case by case. Obviously, it's going to look a bit different. And I think so on everyone having first, I think what needs to be taken into consideration here is that when you're approaching a space in which the playing field, although on campus was already unstable and unfair and unequal, now taking it to a space where we're teaching not only, people from their homes, but sort of cross-nationally, depending on where people are, there was a sort of sense of leniency that was necessary. And I won't put myself in a position of saying that that was unnecessary and that it doesn't show that students were working. I think there was a real need to practice this ethic of care. There was a real need to take into consideration everything that was happening around. And I definitely think it didn't come from a place of just being like, we need throughput so everyone's going to do well. It came from needing to readjust the ways in which our courses ran, if that answers sort of your question.
Thanks, Roxanne. We've got another question here, but before I hand the mic over, I just want to add on to what Roxanne said in response to the question. I think there's two elements from my perspective that could positively explain the increased student performance. I think one is that going remote forced academics to engage with pedagogy and what it means to teach in ways that had perhaps become taken for granted over time. So at least on the level of epistemic access, I think we had to really dig deep to think about how we would enable students to gain entry into the kinds of intellectual material we were teaching from the contexts where they were living. So how did you attach it to their everyday lives so that it touched down in a set of contexts that had previously been largely ignored? And putting the work into spaces where students can relate to, I think, did for many produce a more accessible experience, epistemologically speaking. And then the second thing is lecturers couldn't get away with being overly rigid and strict about things. So for the most part, you suddenly had to take very seriously the everyday ordinary challenges that students face and give them a second opportunity to submit, meet them halfway, figure out how they could get the work in. And in my experience, many students failed in the past simply because they couldn't quite meet the temporality of the university. And for the first time, there was a lot more flexibility around that. So I think that also was a positive impact. But of course, there were also the cynical folks who were coaching people to pass. And that's where I think concern needs to be followed up. Here's our next question.
Thank you, Doc. Is it afternoon now? We're still morning. Good morning. I think in the bigger scheme of things, what we need is more universities, honestly. We need more universities, then it will be easier to deal with the amount of students in the population that are actually enrolled. And I think one way we can really accomplish this is for the humanities to be more aggressive in getting their voices through. I think we have been bullied, but anyway, that's just me. My question was, has COVID pushed us to a point where we, as the humanities, actually say we should do away with the many tests and exams that students are writing and settle for a more assessment-based curriculum, where instead of writing an exam, you submit a paper on what you have studied and see if you can put those conversations together to form one argument. Wouldn't that be an easier move for the humanities? Because we are mostly centered around having conversations than anything else. I don't think, I'm a sociology student. I wrote 3-hour papers, with, to a point where your hand actually aches when you're done. But isn't that now, excuse me, the time where we move away from having to write exams? Give them 2 tests if you will, but let the main assessment be an assignment where you can actually see how these arguments flow, or dig deeper into how students can think or how they engage with the material that they've been taught. Thanks.
Great. I'm going to take another question before handing over to Roxanne and Chloe for answers. Here we go.
Hi, Roxanne. Thank you for your presentation. I was thinking about this idea of support, of sharing language with their peers, and I was thinking of it from my position of going to the classroom. And what I think I miss the most is, in a way, Robert spoke today about the classroom being a Foucauldian system. And in fact, when you stand in front, you can see what all the students do. And I wonder what my failure to not stand there and recognize the ones who are active in class and have no confidence to speak and ask for support. Those 10 who come at the end of the lecture and says, "But Pia, did I understand this correctly?" And they walk you to your office. And in a sense, those conversations from the classroom to the office of recognition, of confidence, of getting them to speak in your class, in a way, not a peer space, but I was thinking the same thing, as peers can recognize you and they can support you. And to me, that is a big loss of, in a sense, we have lost our capacity to see particularly the woman, the black woman whose eyes light up, who are active, who are busy. You can see that in the class, who are too scared to speak up. And we can't recognize them online. So extraordinary. What a loss. Thanks.
Thanks, Roxanne. Do you want to begin? And
Yes, I will there. So I think to answer the first question, I must say from my university space, I was also, while I was studying, while I was doing undergrad, definitely one of those students that had to sit through those exams. But something interesting, and this is, I needed to think way before COVID, is that when I was in postgrad, this was already taken away, at least in the institution I was. This was taken away for our first and second year students already. So there was already somewhat of a system being built on continuous assessment, the recognition that being able to parrot, I don't know, the 5 texts that were central to your year isn't enough for a pass. Sort of the conversation started there, and I think it's a conversation that's still going now, that we are in this space, in this portal of COVID, in the space of trying to think through how we work towards the future, how we structure our curriculums now. I must say, maybe it's because I had to face all of those exams, that I think there is no perfect answer to this, because at the end of the day, we always will still have those students who do really well when faced with an exam, and the ones who do really well when the exam is suddenly out of the question and it's only continuous assessment. So I think, unfortunately, a lot of that is trial and error. I cannot speak or say if this is something that moving forward will continue to work as continuous assessment. In the space that I am, we definitely are working on a continuous assessment basis. But I think what's necessary then is, like you're saying, that there's a definite need to structure assessments in a way that ensures that we are, seeing the capability of students. We are ensuring that they understand that they're able to apply and bring this back to, in the case of humanities, bring this back to their own lives. So I think it's a lot about how we approach our courses now, how we continue to structure them, and what we think works. Because like I said, obviously, there's going to be that percentage of students who are doing so much better when faced with a test. But there's also, now moving towards peer side, there's also only so much that we can do when we're on an online space, and we can't really tell and we can't really see. So it's great that I have 140 students in my class, but when only 60 of them are attending, there's not much I can do on this space. I can email them, I can try and encourage consults, but there isn't really much that can be done. And I think one of the interesting ones, and something that's possible definitely with smaller classes in this case, when we are needing to consider, what online learning looks like, what learning in general looks like moving away from COVID, moving into 2023. Will we be fully in person? Will we still be sort of trying to foster this hybrid spaces? In smaller classes, it definitely is able to undertake the sort of care caller project that I spoke about, where you would see that there are students who, yes, they attend, but they're not raising their hands, they're not sharing. You see their assessments, but they're not doing too well. It's people you could reach out to, it's people you could encourage to speak. And I found in my classes that when I'm able to do that, when I'm able to send even a little Telegram chat where I'm just like, hey, I'm checking in on you. You know, you were very vocal in the first classes, and I've noticed that you've stopped quite a bit. It's still possible, we can do it, but I think it is definitely a lot harder to try and foster that type of space online.
To answer the first question, I feel like we should definitely move away from exams and do more practicals. Yes, we need to learn the content, but we need to learn how to apply it. Like the previous speaker said, everybody's passing with distinctions, but they won't be able to apply all that knowledge they learned. So I feel like if I have more practicals and I do it more often, I will have much more of an idea of how to do something and apply it in the real world one day when I'm done with my degree. And also to answer the lady next to me, I feel like lecturers can only do so much to help us. And I feel like, if possible, I don't think everything will be possible, but if you see one of your students are lacking, maybe at the end of the session, have a session where you ask, how are they coping? Let them speak and give small advice, like having study groups. I know like with my friends, from 6 to 8, we meet every day, we work out, and then we have a session where we speak about our challenges, and it makes it much more easier for us to handle everyday's issues. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other questions? I can't see the Zoom chat, so I'm not sure if there's any questions online. Does somebody perhaps? Yeah, I can't see the Zoom. Do we have any Zoom questions? Nothing. Any other questions in the venue? Right. I've got a question, or at least two things that or something that I picked up in both presentations, and this was a sense of there being no time left, as if moving online has reduced available time to be a person. And I think there's something in there of temporality. I mean, Chloe said there's too much communication, physically can't keep up, battle to focus online. And Roxanne told that sort of very difficult vignette of a student who went to get support but couldn't actually find the time to follow through on the support because it takes time to work through those issues. And I've been trying to understand my own situation, my own sense of overwhelm after 2 years of teaching online and feeling like I'm not really working from home as much as living from work. My starting point for the question is Marshall McLuhan. I mean, he's now an ancient sort of thinker, but he famously coined the phrase, the medium is the message. And by this, he was really engaging questions of the difference between thinking sociologically about the content of media and sociologically about media itself. So he was sort of basically saying, well, it doesn't matter if you're watching the news on your television or if you're watching pornography on your television. The television entering your home has fundamentally changed the pattern, pace, and scale of social life. And it seems to me like there's a tension in here. Using technology to go remote has produced a temporality in which the kinds of support that we are traditionally offering students at university just don't fit anymore. The pattern, pace, and scale of the sorts of struggles that Chloe was describing aren't easily interfaced with the kinds of official places students can go in the university. Where do we start looking for devising a kind of support that's interfaceable with the realities of this new pattern, pace, and scale of student life?
Can I go? I think from my side, just to sort of, when speaking around this thing of time, I think it's got a lot to do with, like I said, you know, being on campus. Obviously, you still were in some way limited in what you were able to do, but being on campus meant that, you know, students weren't so the daughter and, you know, the mom and the sibling and didn't have all these responsibilities. So to me, when we're speaking about not having time, it's because you're juggling all of these roles, right? You're not just a student who's struggling with stress, but you're a student struggling with stress who's at home, who's needing to do domestic chores, who's needing to be a provider. So there's so much more that you're taking on. But then something I also wanted to add is that I don't think it's so much that the support doesn't fit anymore. Because one of my experiences in earlier research as well was that this lack of help seeking, the inability to get the help, is because of this idea of what's worthy. And one of the chapters I had in that prior research was, I qualified for a degree. I'm not deserving of help, right? I'm at this institution to get my degree. How do I go for them to help? What qualifies? And when I spoke to students, a lot of what qualifies for help is there needs to be some kind of clear mental limitation. So yes, we're destigmatizing mental health, but we don't fully, at this point, I don't think yet, understand that it incorporates everything. So one of the students I was working with had said to me, how do I go to a counselor to seek support for the fact that at home in my village, my family don't have food and I'm on campus every day seeing students throw their lunch in the bin? Right? How do I go and explain that this is a severe problem and it's to the extent that I'm unable to work, I'm unable to concentrate? So I don't think that COVID and the particular time and experience of COVID has changed how what we're able to offer is able to aid students, but still that there's, from the start, because I think, again, when we speak about mental health, we need to understand that this was a very Western idea. This unfortunately served the purpose of supporting a particular community, a particular group who fully understood and were comfortable within the space. How do we communicate to students and give them access to spaces where you do know that, yes, if I'm struggling because at home I know my family haven't eaten and I just witnessed 5 students, you know, throw their lunch in a garbage bin, who can I speak to and how do I justify that? And I think a lot of this so then comes from the point of lecturers needing to be able to be in that space where you do practice this ethic of care, because I think it's easy for a student coming to you with a doctor's note to be like, yes, you're granted the extension. But so realizing that we need to be open to the students who are struggling in this way, the student who sits in front of me. And at this point, I think students they haven't been encouraged, right? They don't have the confidence to be able to walk up and sit in your office and say something like that. I think the one thing COVID did do, because we've had to practice a particular sense of sensitivity, is that I've witnessed a lot more students coming forward and being open and honest with what's happening in their lives. And I think that's the way we progress, right? We need to start not only from university-wide, what student wellness can offer, but what we individually as staff members can also do, how we can support students through this time, through understanding that our mental health issues do not tick beautiful boxes in the way the DSM-5, I'm sure they're up to a higher one now, in the way these boxes do. So the criteria we have, again, for support and what we're able to offer in that way, I don't think needs to change drastically, but it needs to be decoded, right? It needs to be broken from these sort of rigid frames of I can only assist you if it's perfectly like this. And I think that's what a lot of students understand, that if I'm going to seek help from student wellness, I need to have experienced a passing in my family. I need to have been in bed for the past 3 months, unable to get up and work and eat. There's this understanding that they need to see something quite severe. And then I think it's about what is severe? What's the definition of severe? Because what's severe to me would definitely not be severe to someone else.
I would just like to build on onto what Roxanne said. I also feel like our cultural upbringing plays a role in this. A lot of, especially females, have been silenced to ask for help. We don't have that confidence to ask for help when we are struggling, and we wait until we cannot cope anymore and we break down, and that's when we realize we need help. And I feel like there should be more encouragement to get out of your comfort zone. I know it's easier said than done, but it takes constant practice. Even if the student just asks once for help and they get to see the experience or the benefits from asking help, then more students will come forward to get help and deal with the difficulties that we face every day, not just online, but in reality.
Great, thanks very much, Roxanne and Chloe. Do we have any more questions here? Anything on Zoom? No one with a hand? Great. Nothing? All right, well then it seems to me like we've reached the end of our conversation today. And for me, this was really insightful stuff, and I think there's a lot to think through. I'm really going to sort of try myself to understand much better the temporal constraints and sort of silencing mechanisms that students are arriving in classrooms with, and try and figure out how we can build sort of more supportive moments into the curriculum itself. I mean, Roxanne and I are teaching a course together, and I think one of the strengths of that course is that we really have tried to deploy the anthropology that we're teaching in ways that empower students to deal with what for most people are kind of banal everyday problems. But focusing on teaching anthropology in a way that makes students problem solvers, people who can wield the methodologies and theories that we're teaching in ways that are immediately useful, does matter, I think, after this. And I think it'll be great to think more deeply about how to do that in more enduring ways beyond just anthropology. So thank you to Roxanne and to Chloe very much for your insightful presentations. And thanks to everyone who asked questions. We really do value the conversation. We'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. All right, good afternoon, everyone in the room and all of the people participating online as well. Thanks for joining, and welcome to a session called Transforming Student Life Beyond the Curriculum. This is a session that was suggested by students, and I really want to thank the student chapter of the Humanities faculty for their generous participation in this and all of the ideas that they put forward to help make this happen. It's an opportunity to talk in some depth about how students come to feel like they belong at the Northwest University and ultimately to take ownership of their campuses, residences, and other student spaces. It's also about the challenges that students face in participating in organized student life, whether those are related to finances or other cultural, or to the cultural framework in terms of which events for students are imagined, planned, and carried out. Old traditions that some students perhaps don't identify with but have to participate in. It is also about how notions of culture and language perhaps perpetuate racial segregation in some of the student spaces such as residences. And students felt very strongly that these questions should be a central part of the NWU's Race Week this year. So to talk about this, we have 4 panelists, all of them students. The first is Dylan Snyman. He's a student in the law faculty, a 4th-year student. Second is Kanayoshi Okeke, an IT student, a 1st-year student, so new to the campus with lots of perspective to offer. Third is Ntabiseng Mabusela, studying physiology and psychology in our health sciences faculty. And last but not least is our own student from the humanities, Tatohatsi Bamba, who's studying public governance and administration. Which of you is coming up first? Great, so Kanayoshi is coming up first. Please welcome him to the podium and let's have a great conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kanayoshi Okeke. I'd like to begin by thanking the facilitators for organizing a much-needed event, which certainly provides an avenue for us to have the necessary discussions and discourse about racial issues affecting students and how it affects their student experience. I want to say that before enrolling at the NWU, I did do my personal research on the university's policies as regards to transformation agenda and racialization. And it was really impressive, and it motivated me to be a part of this community. But then a platform like this provides an opportunity for us to give our own experiences of the shortcomings and shortfalls that our university community still has in that respect. Of the issues I'll be bringing today, the first of all will be the negative correlation between the racial demographic and student leadership and that of the student population. During my orientation week, looking up at the projector at the Amphi, seeing as student leadership was being introduced to us, I couldn't help but notice that it was white dominated. And although there are black people in student leadership, black people and people of color, the racial composition of these student committees are not a direct representation of the student community at large. I believe I speak for more than just myself when I say that this creates a sense of displacement and a feeling of exclusion. While the case in residences is rather different, sadly so nonetheless, there is in fact a reflection in the student leadership of the racial composition of the student population in the respective residences. And it is quite evident that even though the school claims to be pushing for more racial diversity in our hostels, residences rather, there still is a shortfall in that respect, as we are still outnumbered and the racial balance is not there. While asking the relevant questions about why we don't have this representation in student leadership, someone mentioned to me and said, what if black people do not vie for these leadership positions? And I laughed it off and I thought, could that be the case, or could it be that we do not have the necessary access to these spaces. A common denominator in the CVs of student leadership that I noticed is resident affiliation. Most of them are in residences, ad hoc or part and parcel of it. This provides them the nurture and advantage to climb up the ladder as they are more involved in campus activities and more exposed to the social setting. And black people, save the outliers, who are competent, do not have this opportunity, are not afforded this opportunity despite them being competent. And that will lead to my next issue, which is the lack of inclusivity of off-campus residents and campus activities. Although this is not a clearly cut-out racial issue, at the same time it is very important as it affects mostly black people who are off-campus. I'll give an example of such activities. The Canvas competition. It's an opportunity afforded to residents to have an art competition, display of art. And I have friends who are very much interested in art, but are not afforded this opportunity to showcase their talents simply because they are not part of residences. And this speaks of inclusivity, which is, of course, is part and parcel of the goals of transformation which the university is gearing towards. And I feel like it should be addressed because it's not just about Canvas. There's several activities cross-campus that people feel like they could participate but are not afforded the opportunity simply because they are not resident members. And my final, it's the last but not the least, my final issue is white social-cultural domination through language. It is known that our institution has a rich Afrikaans culture and history, but the demand, I can assure you, is not to deconstruct, abolish, or delete Afrikaans from our campus community. It is simply that the three-medium policy should be respected to the T. So if our lecturers put English on the left on our slides and Afrikaans on the right, we expect that we see Setswana in the middle because there is space. If you do not, you are only further perpetuating racial segregation and social-cultural domination. I'd like to end with a personal experience. I am from a country with neither Tswana nor Afrikaans, and coming into the hostel, the residence, I was met with some sort of accommodation because the African Setswana people spoke English with me. The Afrikaans people understood and they spoke English with me. Some sort of common ground. But at some point, there was a little disagreement that ensued about the prevalence of Afrikaans in our residences, the rules within Afrikaans, the motto within Afrikaans, and it being the primary medium of dialogue in our residence. And when we brought this up and we agreed to talk about it, someone said something, an Afrikaans person said something. He said, some of us cannot speak English very well. And although he did not intend any harm, it did strike a nerve. How many black people can have the audacity to say, I can't speak English very well? How many doors are closed to us when we make such statements? The answer's with you. All I can say is that that sort of arrogance, unconscious bias, creates a sort of unhealthy living environment for us in our residences. Because I feel like this person unconsciously thinks that they are better than me, even if they don't intend any harm. And this sort of arrogance should be expelled, removed from our community, as it is unhealthy. And I feel that if we continue like this, we'll surely have more protests. We just need to reverse the wheels and address it personally as much as we can. And I'd also like to say that the prevalence of Afrikaans culture and language on our campus, it only leads to us experiencing it as a hostile and a foreign thing, leading us to feel unsafe in the community. We don't feel like we can go to certain places because we feel this is for white people. I go to some places on campus and I feel I can't be here because it's for white people, Afrikaans is prevalent. But if each and every one of us can step out and believe, okay, English is not our first language, it's not my first language either, but if we can all accommodate each other, I think we'll go very far with that. And that's all I've got to say about my experience over here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel and audience at large. My name is Tatohati Bambo, and I am elated to stand before you today and expand on the topic of transforming student life beyond the curriculum. Just to give you a brief outline of who I am and my university involvement as far as student life is concerned, I am a member of Bellatrix Dames Corsays and participates in drama, debate, and SAR. In terms of student leadership, I'm a member of Golden Key Honor Society, was nominated for the Humanities Student Academic Chapter, which I unfortunately had to say goodbye to in order to join the Student Campus Council SEC Portfolio Committee, where I now serve as Vice Chairperson External in the Society's Liaison and International Students Office. Without wasting any more of your time, today I will be expanding on three main topics. Firstly, race and how it is understood, specifically on the Potchefstroom campus, unaccommodating residence cultures, and student life in terms of AXAs. To begin with, on the Potchefstroom campus, race is predominantly understood in terms of black and white. And to me, I see that as something that leaves room for unrepresented and unmarginalized groups to not have any space to really exist on the campus. Whenever we have conversations like this, it's usually a conversation about how black people experience things and how white people experience things. But there's different races that exist in South Africa that are actually students here on the Potchefstroom campus, but always end up being underrepresented. And just to give you an example for that, for example, the food that's served in the SS. You'll find that there's many Muslim students that are not black, that are Indian or maybe colored, that aren't even accommodated for to the extent that the rest of us are accommodated for in terms of getting food and being represented in dining halls and stuff like that. There is a halal section that exists, but I don't know if you guys have had any interest in visiting it and seeing the food that is available there. It's very limited, and it's 3 times as much that you and I would pay for a standard meal. And I think that's also something that just shows the underrepresentation of different students that exist on campus. Moving on to residences. The need to know Afrikaans, which my previous speaker expanded on. Now, I am a person that I come from Sederoord. Ek was in Laerskool Damondio, hoërskool president, en nou is ek op die pik. I know Afrikaans, and I'm okay with speaking Afrikaans, but I find it problematic when a person comes up to me and has the expectation for me to understand Afrikaans. Because here's the thing. To get into any South African university, you need to have a 50% minimum average for English, and that stands for all of us, not just the white kid, not just the black kid. It stands for every single person that is here at this university at the current moment. And if you do not reflect that, then you are simply not accepted. So the common language that we all have between us, and though we may have 3 main languages on this campus, the common language that we all have between us is English. So the expectation should be to speak English for every single person that is here. So when a person comes up to me and automatically speaks to me in Afrikaans, with me being a black woman, it's kind of hard for me to have that thing of, okay, you know what, let me switch to your language because now you've automatically assumed something about me. And as much as I would like to participate in what you are saying, I now feel that it's not an environment that I am able to participate. And I think that's something that is faced by many students that we see in residences specifically. I mean, residence meetings just generally having an understanding of being held in Afrikaans, whereas in residences, residences, we see that majority of the population that's seen is mostly an explicit black and white students. And when we have that expectation that everyone that is there is Afrikaans and everyone that is there understands Afrikaans, and then you find people that are being threatened with being kicked out of the residence for not participating, you see that the reason that they don't participate is because they don't necessarily feel included. In my residence specifically, I know that the guiding principles are written in Afrikaans. And for me, I may be someone that can understand them, that can read them, that can say, okay, I'm going to participate in this activity, that activity for my residents, but it may not be the same for every single person that forms a part of it that actually wants to be included to the extent that I may be. And when you ask, which I have, when you ask for things to be translated in English or ask for things to be more inclusive, it almost becomes like we're trying to fight the culture that already exists in terms of language, of which the language itself is not a problem. It's just a matter of being included and having everyone be able to participate and have an environment where every single person can actually put themselves forward and actually participate to the extent that they would like to. And on top of that, residence traditions that are not designed to accommodate the general population of residences. Like I said, residences on the Potchefstroom campus are mostly divided into black and white students. It's just a matter of the majority of the campus is black and white. There are other races that are in residences, but majority is black and white. And I mean, for example, the culture of having first years run naked in the female residence halls, whereas Xhosa man is not meant to do something like that. Tswana man is not meant to do something like that culturally. It's actually seen as the biggest sign of disrespect to just undress in front of a woman unsolicitedly so, and they are forced to participate in these activities because now if you don't participate, then you get a strike on your name and then you're taken out of residence and then you don't have a place to stay. So things like that is what I mean when I say not everyone is accommodated and not everyone is included. Moving forward to the third and last topic, AXAs. And events that are held by the residences where, like I keep on saying to a large extent, are not accommodating. They are held at places where not every single person necessarily has an inclination to want to be at. Like, I can go to my residence and suggest that we have an AXA at BLK. And for reasons that I do not need to explain, I'm sure majority of you will understand why they will look at me like I'm crazy. They will not want to be at an AXA, at BLK, at Friday nights when all of us are getting down. Whereas for me, I mean, that might be a normal experience. That might be what I understand to be an appropriate place to hold an AXA. But then for some reason, when I'm proposed with, let's go to Impala or let's go to Bourbons, I'm supposed to have the spirit of understanding that, no, this is what the residence does, this is the place that I want to be, let me go join and let me go participate. So it's really in small, slight things that could be changed, that actually could accommodate every single person, but it doesn't happen that way. And I want you to ask yourselves why. And I think the reason that it happens like that is because we do not challenge the policies that exist to the extent that we should. We take everything at face value. They tell us that, oh, this is the way the residence has always done it, but why? Why is that the way that the residence has always done it if we live in a changing environment, if we live in a changing student demographic? Why do we allow for things to keep on happening when you see that those policies do not reflect the current students that you have on your campus at the moment? So I encourage each and every one of you today that are here to really be the change that you want to see, and not just in speaking terms. Put yourselves up for these portfolios, put yourselves up for these positions where you have a say in what happens. And don't just take things the way that they are. Be the person that challenges every single person around you. When someone tells you that, no, at this residence, we run naked at 8 o'clock, what is the reason? What is the reason? Why do we run naked at 8 o'clock? Why do we do things like that? It is your responsibility as students to change the systems that exist. And if we do not put enough of a fight, then things will stay the way that they are. I hope that to some extent I have left you with a few points to think about, and in closing, I just want to leave you with a quote. Leadership is not reflected by your actions in the capacity of a leader, but rather the plans that you make and the change that you implement. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I really want to thank the facilitators for giving me this opportunity to stand here and talk on the topic of transforming student life within the curriculum. Firstly, when I tried applying to the nwu-pukke, I was expecting to be included and things were going to be as normal as possible. Obviously, all the universities give us this broad perspective of how it's supposed to be and how everything is going to be and stuff. So coming here, I wasn't expecting race to be a problem because, as they said, there's more Setswana people than Afrikaans people apparently. So coming here, I thought it was going to be something that I was really going to enjoy and something that was really going to be a lasting experience. But I'm going to pick up on some topics that from my experience, it was something that's really raceful and it's dividing us a lot. So first coming to the campus structures, I realized in many campus structures, there is black people representing us, but then I would say they're recessive, they're really recessive. If they're there, there's a few of them, and if there's really a few of them, they're not even representing us. I would say the Afrikaans languages are really dominating over those in the structures. And in order to be in one of the structures on the Potchefstroom campus, you have to be someone who's speaking Afrikaans, someone who's interacting with what I would say the Afrikaans people, someone who's not gonna be oh no, I can't speak Afrikaans, I can't do that, I can't do this, I can't be doing that. And also they're really something that's really hard to get into if you're someone who chooses to be okay, I'm not going to be doing things that are out of my culture, things that my culture doesn't allow me to do specifically. So most of my opinions would be based on residences because I myself stay on a residence, on a ladies' residence, and for a fact, I'd say it's mostly Afrikaans. All the things they give us mostly in Afrikaans. And for me, it's not really a problem because I come from an Afrikaans school. I can speak Afrikaans, I can understand Afrikaans. But the problem is that my skin color, I can't change what I look like. Even though I can speak Afrikaans, when I get to some people, I'm speaking and responding in Afrikaans, they're wow, can you speak Afrikaans? It seems like it's something that's, I don't know, new or something. But then when a white person comes walking towards me and speaks English, I'm not surprised of oh wow, can you speak English? Because who doesn't speak English? But when you try speaking Afrikaans, all of a sudden it's something that is amazing, or not really amazing, but something that's really awkward to them, and it's not really something they see on a regular basis. But for a fact, every time they approach us, they expect us to respond in Afrikaans, and when you do that, all of a sudden it's awkward. I don't know why they do that. And also, pertaining on residences, they do things they really cutting us off and excluding us because they do things that I didn't grow up doing many things from where I come from. They do things bachelorettes and stuff. I never had a bachelorette when I was in high school. We never knew anything like that. And then coming here, things like that are things that actually give you points to stay on the residence, which means that if I choose to stick to my culture, not do things like that, not go to parties and things like axes. Why call something an axie if you're going to be somewhere at Bourbons or at Impala doing things like that, and then you want us to do those things and get points? And also things like having something axes with men residences. Some of us didn't grow up doing that with other men and stuff. So it's something that's really new to us, and some of us are not comfortable doing it. But either way, we have to do that because it is a way to stay in the res. It is a way to gain your points and stay there. So if you don't have enough points, you're going to be kicked out. So it is a matter of me losing myself as a black person and just doing things that I shouldn't be doing just to gain points to stay on a residence, which is not acceptable as an NW student because I have academics as well to stress about. But then on the other point, I'm here stressing about being at Bourbons at 7 because I have to gain 2 extra points to be on a residence. Come on, like we all, like everyone, when we apply for a residence, we go for the best residence on campus. And one thing I didn't realize in doing so, those best residents on campus are the ones that actually want you to take part in things like axes that are not appropriate for your culture. Like we all didn't grow up doing the same things. Like for me right now, if I'll take some of them and take them to my to my community and be like, okay guys, this is what we do on a daily basis. Today we're gonna be killing a cow and doing this. They wouldn't do that. Who wants to stab a cow? Who wants to stab a goat? But then they're here expecting me to go to Bourbons and drink on a Wednesday night. Like that's inappropriate for me, but then for them, it's inappropriate for us to be stabbing a cow on a Saturday night. I don't know why. And also with other things like churches and stuff, I feel like on my residence especially, they're like forcing us, okay guys, you have to be on a church, you have to do this. But at the end of the day, they're being the ones who are there judging us for doing things the way we do them. Like simple things like, okay, being baptized. They baptize in a swimming pool, but then they're judging us for being baptized in a river. Which one of the two is the right way to be baptized? Is it being baptized in the swimming pool or being baptized in the river? I wouldn't know that because now they're telling me, okay, you're going to go in the swimming pool. But then at home I was told, no, you're going to go in the river. So which one is the right one? So now I'm here fighting between my culture that I've been knowing for a full 19 years and something that I've been knowing for like 6 months while I was here, which is not a fun situation to be in. So I'd say the thing of race and culture is really something that is really, really, really affecting me in perspective a lot, because now I can't even study in peace because every time I want to study, they would be knocking at my door. Are you ready to go for this? Are you ready to go for that? And I'm never ready to go for such things because first of all, they're going to be speaking Afrikaans. I'm going to hear nothing most of the time. And if I do hear something, it's going to be something that I'm not willing to do. So I'd say that is one big thing. And also, as I am here, standing here, I'm an NSFA student. I'm a proud NSFA student, by the way. But being an NSFA student just shows that, okay, this kid is in need of financial help. So with that being said, on the residence, each and every, okay, let me not say each and every semester. I'm going to say each and every week, you need to pay something for something. So in order to be part of something, you need to pay something, like clothing. Like if you need to be part of a committee, you have to buy something to be in that committee. You have to buy a t-shirt. Like when you go to the shops, like the normal shops, an overall pants would be like 120, and then they're selling it for 320. Like, where would I get that extra 200 rand if I'm already an NSFA student? And with other things like the t-shirts and stuff, and like even the axes that they want us to go to, when you get there, you have to pay like 15 rand, 20 rand, and like that's a lot of money coming out of a budget of an NSFA student, as we say like that. And like, this actually says if you don't have money, you don't have points. If you don't have points, you won't have space. If you don't have space, where the hell are you going to live? I'm sorry for saying that, but where am I going to live? Like, I have no other options but to reapply to something else, which is something that is really, really, really a problem for me. And the racial segregation is real in the residences. Like, for instance, when we go to meetings, I wish I could just take a picture of us, but you'd see when we're sitting down, there is actually a line zone, whereas this side, you can see it's all the Afrikaans people. On this side is all of those black people who are sitting on one side, and you would see like most of them is going to be the white kids, because the black kids decide, no, I'm not going to go because they're going to be speaking Afrikaans, we're not accommodated. Like, I feel like we could do a lot more just to accommodate the black and the white cultures. Not saying the Africans and white kids are wrong, but just saying that for some things that you just look at it from our perspectives and how we grew up. Because for me, doing things like looking at boys running naked, running around and doing stuff, it's something that if my parents knew I was doing, they would kill me for doing it. But as a white privilege, they have a privilege of saying, okay, I'm Afrikaans, I don't have good English, but where would I be if I was standing there and being like, no, I can't speak English, I'm not a good English speaker? The question for me, in conclusion, is where would we be? Where would I be as a black girl saying and sticking out and saying, oh, here I can't speak English. How many doors would they open up for me if I was to stand in the car and be like, I can't speak English? The other thing is, how many doors would open up for me if I was to stand up in front of the whole hostel residents and the campus and be like, guys, I'm going to stick to my culture because what you guys are doing is wrong and the access you guys are holding is not fair for everyone, it's not accommodating. So the thing is, no doors are going to open up for me if I stand for what I am, what I grew up doing, and who I am. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dylan Sneeman, and I am the marketing technical member for my law student chapter. And I'm also serving on an art society on campus where I serve as the vice chairperson and as well as dealing with finances and sponsors. So I'm actually a final year student, which means I came a long way ever since 2019 up until now. And I'm finally getting the opportunity to speak about hindrances. I feel like we all share the same sentiment, and I feel like I really should commend my fellow panelists for actually taking this opportunity. I really am proud of you guys for actually, I know we're all on our nerves and everything, but like we're having the courage to speak. I really I'm proud of you guys. So I'm actually, when I came here back in 2019, like I never knew anything about racism or this thing about segregation. Like we always learned about it in life orientation or social sciences or something, but actually being faced with it at the Noordwes-universiteit was something totally different, and like actually acknowledging it now that was actually someone being racist towards you and treating you in a degrading way. Although we fight for human dignity, inclusivity, and all those, like for me, I think it's just a farce, like with being fake pretending with one another, and like I don't want to participate in any of that. Like when I came here, I'm someone that likes to advocate for my fellow man, like my counterpart. Like we can't say justice is being served when we're only serving it for certain people, for certain types of people. Because when I first came into my residence back in 2019, we were standing in the square where they all gathered the first years, and we were standing there, and immediately when I looked up, all the values of the residents was written in Afrikaans. Like, how do you actually, like, are so blind or so blindsided or like so caught up in your own things that you like just write it in Afrikaans? Like, we just assume you're gonna understand it when you come here. And like, as a black person coming to university and like in a residence that is just Afrikaans driven and not understanding anything, there's these values that you have to live out, but like it's in a language that you can't even understand. How are you supposed to live it out? And the issue of them forcing these values on you. Like some individuals come out of good homes. Believe it or not, they come out of good homes with principles and values. So what you're actually saying to me is like, give up these values and take on these values is because this is the type of person that you should be to fulfill your place in the society, which is very wrong. Like some of us actually come out of residence because I will never give up my values, which I've learned at home, just to take up some values because this is how a predetermined man is supposed to be and how they should interact in our society. Second of all, I want to speak something specifically surrounding colors. Like there's that stigma surrounding colors that we are chotsies or we like to rob. We are always violent because our history is so enriched with being violent. And Cape Town, like some of us are not like that. We come from the northern, I actually come from the Northern Cape, and we're not that violent. We acknowledge the fact that some colors are violent, and there's always gang-related violences and everything, taxi violences and everything. But some of us are not like that, and we get the generalization when we walk on the boat or something, when you see a white lady walking towards you, like she's shying away, she immediately grabs her handbag. And this is stuff that we notice, but like you don't give that much attention because you don't want to feel hurt. Like she's basically just pretending to be like, no, she's taking measures to ensure that she's safe at all times, which is not wrong, but then again, like think of your fellow man, especially with what you're doing. Secondly, I also want to talk about the traditions in the residence. Coming to my residence in my first year, we had to wear the corridor that I was on was related, like the theme of the corridor was burkis. Now imagine a black person or colored person or Indian person coming to a residence and living on a corridor that is associated with burkis. We all know that white people are associated with burkis. So now you're actually saying that me being a colored is not enough. Me being a black person is not enough. I should take on your culture of wearing khaki hemp with shorts. Like, how does a black person and a white and a colored person look in shorts? We don't wear shorts. We wear jeans and khakis. That's what we do. Like us wearing with our skinny legs. Some of us are really skinny. That's just it. But yeah, so I'm really stressed about that. And the thing is, I actually wanted to contest this back in my second year. But then again, I was thinking that this is a rich, long history that came in from the 1982s. But then again, I was thinking of sacrificing this rich history for the sake of what? But then again, I regret not doing it, because where I'm standing in now is that, think about the future. How many more people are coming to the residences, experiencing the same thing? And because like some of us are really top achievers. Coming from school, you're a top performer in everything that you do. But now you come here and like everything, they say they make the space, create the space for you, the platform for you to excel, but they're not excelling. Like they're excelling in the sense that you have to do what they do, then you're excelling. And I totally disagree with that. Furthermore, also the thing that I've noticed in residences, you're either with us or you're against us. Immediately when you don't confine to their norms or what they are doing, then you're immediately against them. They treat you that way. What I've noticed was one of my friends, a colored person, was serving on the SER group, and he joined the SER in his first year, and he was part of the SER for several times, and he came along with the white people very good. Like, they were very close in everything. Like, you could have seen, like, this is actually brotherhood, but then again, we were first year, so we didn't know actually what the true colors of the residents were back then. But immediately in his second year, he decided to participate in SER anymore, and immediately that brothership, like, sank like that. Like, he was treated completely different. He wasn't even invited for a beer or coffee or something like that, and which was really harsh. Like, and from that onset, I really noticed that you're only good for the benefits. When you're beneficial for someone, and then again, like, I'm always thinking that if someone doesn't benefit you, you shouldn't be friends with them. Benefits in the sense that if they don't offer you growth, like, cut off your friends, like, immediately. But then again, this was them pretending to like you just for the sake of benefiting from you, benefiting from your talent in that sense, like what you actually mean to the residents. And my third point is racism. The values that they like to endow on one another, or like force onto one another, as well as the resident song. It's in Afrikaans. Like, how do you expect me as a colored person taking on the song, or as a black person? Like, the first time that I sang the song, like, it was in Afrikaans. Like, I didn't actually know the song. Like, this is my first time taking on a song and like saying that this is my song. Now I have to sing out of full volle bors, as they say in Afrikaans, like acting as if this is my culture, this is what I do, this is what I usually know. Furthermore, participating in events, like, when you don't participate in events like such as, like, I remember last year there was the HE interviews, and then you have to vote online. But some of us went home, and then they said, like, you should watch the event online. And one of my friends said, like, he doesn't have data. He doesn't have data, so he can't be watching the events, because apparently they said, like, you'll get 10 extra points if you watch the MS Teams meeting, because you have to give your student number for participation. But then again, like, how do they accommodate him? And he was one of the guys that was top, but just because he didn't have the means to participate in an event of the residents, he lost that 10 points and he immediately dropped to 4th or 5th place to shoot a room in the residents, which is very, very racist from my perspective. And also, growing up or developing in that race, like, I feel like they've done much harm to me. I've never participated, this is from my personal experience, I've never participated in much things, because I knew this is the only route that I have to follow, which is very wrong. Going forward, like, you have to serve on structures in the hostel, which doesn't mean anything for you. Like, honestly, you just get marks and just for hostel place and anything, because what I'm actually noticing now, that I'm excelling much more than I've done in the previous 3 years that I've served in the residence itself, or being on NW. I've serving on multiple community committees, and like, this would only been a dream. If you told me last year that I would be serving on 2 committees at the same time, I wouldn't believe you, honestly, because like back then, my confidence was so on a low, like I didn't know that this was possible for me because like that's only white people only do it. Like we as black people and colored people, no, we don't do it. Like we're only the subcommittee. That's what we're good for. Like we're the runarounds, we're the hands and the feet of the committees, and then you get all the shine. But then again, also the exclusion, and then they act out as they are so inclusive, especially when it comes to hostile axes in the clubhouses and everything. Like they would play like Sister Bettina or just one song, and then they feel like they catered for you. How do you cater for me by just playing one song? And then we would be there because they encourage us to participate. We will be sitting there for the whole night listening to Canon Soki. I'm a fan of Soking and everything, but then again, like cater for the majority. Then again, also when you come to residence meetings, the majority of the time they speak in Afrikaans. There was a time last year, and that's when I spoke up. The majority of the HC members, they spoke, everybody spoke in Afrikaans. Then at the end of the meeting, I specifically addressed them at the end of the meeting, asking why they only speak in Afrikaans, where as you can see, there's black persons. No, we didn't notice. Like I feel like immediately when you walk up to a podium, gauge your crowd, gauge your audience, see who's there, then you speak. And I feel like English is a universal language. We all like, some of us are like, English is not our home language. English is not my home language. I speak Afrikaans. And for some black people, English is also not their home language. Hey, is it Zulu, is it Xhosa? And like English is also a measure of communication for them and compromising, like stepping out of their comfort zone, which is their home native language, and stepping out of their comfort zone, speaking in a language that you can understand. But now you refuse to speak Afrikaans. As white people, they refuse to speak Afrikaans. They'll be there confidently saying, no, I don't understand Africa. I don't speak English. And then they'll try to explain something, convey a message to you, which is really important. Then they convey it in Afrikaans. And like there's always, like in my first year, there was always that stress, that debate about the language barrier, because white people would speak in Afrikaans to one another and like, we'll speak in English. Because I like to accommodate everyone. I think I should get some water, but yeah. Furthermore, now I'm part of the residence ad hoc committee now, and like they are actually planning a hoenderbraai. What is a hoenderbraai? Like, what is a hoenderbraai? Like, this is the type of stuff that I like want to address. Like, as colored people, as black people, we don't know what a hoenderbraai is. What are we going to do at the hoenderbraai? Like, do something. Now you're encouraging us for us to participate. Why would we want to participate in a hoenderbraai? Why don't you host a general actie? Like, from my perspective, the best actie that I was at the PUK ever since coming here was my first year's dine. The first year's dine, like, that was accommodative all around. Like, even though wine that they sold there, as well as the music that they were playing. Like, everybody, I believe, had a good time. And also about the thing about putting yourself out there, like one of the fellow panelists addressed it about putting yourself out there. But then again, like putting yourself out there but still being yourself. Like some of us, like when we serve as our SEC looks now, like some of us are serving there on that structure, but then immediately when they come in the structure, they change. Like they actually, for me, that's quite betrayal, your own ethnicity, your being yourself. Like most of them advocate the rights of black people and colored people to being exclusive, and immediately when they come in the position to make the change line, then they act like white people. Because like I know some of the guys that's also serving there, but they like immediately they change the way they speak. When they speak with white people, when they speak with black people, when they speak with colored people. Like, and that's for me like, I don't want to be that type of guy, and I don't even want to be associated with people that pretend to be liking you or something. And from my perspective, where I'm standing now, for the past 4 years that I've been here, I've never met an honest white guy that is completely interested in getting to know you. Like, know you as a person, knowing you as a friend, know you as in, I know Dylan likes this subject, I know he likes this, but like they're just there for the sake of being there. Where I'm serving on now is structures, we're just friends for the sake of doing a job together. And don't call me your friend, we're just colleagues for the sake of being colleagues, because like you don't actually know me really well. And I'm still waiting for that white person that I should meet for them to actually say that they're my friend and everything. And then again, I feel like I'm someone that really likes to advocate the rights of black people, because some black people are really shy to speak up for their rights because they feel like they're not being heard. I remember one time when we were, and I regret not speaking up for him, but then again, I was only a first year, but to a certain extent, I can't blame it on me being a first year, but I was sitting in a residence meeting, and one of the black guys had the cones that we were playing soccer with. Sorry, guys. One of the black guys had the cones that we were playing soccer with, and then someone was looking for the cones, but they were only addressing it in Afrikaans. They came in there like, waar is die cones? And me as a black person, I don't understand Afrikaans. I don't even understand what is cones in Afrikaans. And then the first year's HE member said, hier is die ding study. And I didn't say a thing. He was referring to the black guy as a thing. I didn't say a thing, like, and I feel so bad because like I'm a firm believer in what Desmond Tutu says, and I'm going to conclude with this, and I hope if you guys take any of this away, take this away, that if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you chose the side of the oppressor. And from here on forward, like, I refuse to choose the side of the oppressor. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks very much to all four of you for sharing your opinions and your experiences. I'm really grateful, and hopefully this will kick off a really good conversation this afternoon, and between us and among us, we can carry this on as a conversation beyond just this small space, because you touched on many things that are super important. Questions from the audience? Great, we've got 1, 2, so we're going to take a sort of few questions. Let's try to take 3 questions and then we'll get to the answers.
Hello, I'm Tatum Seen. I was wondering, like, since we are talking about race, I've been here and I have not heard people talk about ways to eradicate racism and all these injustices we face as people of color in campus. So to me, it seems like we are talking about something, but we are not actually doing something about it. For example, I can make an example about domestic violence. We have a ton of people here talking about it, but it still continues, so I don't really get what's the point of talking about something like that.
Thanks. I think that's a great question. If I understood you correctly, what's the point of talking about this, right? What's going to happen if we're just talking about good question.
Greetings to the House at large. Well, I've heard everything that you guys have said, and I believe that within my few months being here, I have also experienced what you guys have said, and I believe that as student leaders, I see you wearing an SCC uniform. As a student leader who advocates for black people, I think you should uplift your voice and make it heard. Because I, as a student, I'm a first-year student. I'm still trying to adapt to university life. I'm a black person. I face the things that you have mentioned just now. I face that on a daily basis whenever I come to campus and meet my fellow white students. But I fail to address it. Why? Because I'm still new, and I don't want to be seen as someone who is not suitable or who is racist or who is whatsoever you may name it. So I feel that people in power, people in positions of power should advocate for us and stand up for us and speak for us, because you are the voices that need to be heard. Even though I am someone who knows how to speak, my voice won't be heard as yours who's in power. So I believe that you should stand up for us and speak for us, not only you. We have so many of them who are within power, but they're failing to look at us. Why? I don't know if it's because of when you get to that upper position, you believe that I do not have to look at people who are behind. But I believe that as a black person, you need to stand up and fight for us, not only as a black person, as a white person as well. If you believe that we are all equal within the constitution of the university, I believe that you should stand up for everyone and fight for the rights of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just pass the microphone along, and you guys can respond as you see fit.
To your question first, you were saying that we're only speaking about this and everything. Then again, this is the first platform that they actually created. I think this is actually in the initiation phase, and then thereafter there's still going to be a way about discussing things forward. There's also anonymous thingy. I'm actually not the organizer of this event. I'm just a panelist. The one you should speak to is that lady. But then again, I think it's a good way forward, the way that we're starting here now. And I feel like we should get, I feel like the marketing was a bit bad, but we can get a lot more people involved and hear what they have to say with regards to this, because I feel like there's a lot of people that has unhappiness about this matters and everything. And to yours, definitely the thing is about me being in a leadership structure. The leadership structure that I'm in is not that effective, because that's one of the things that I was addressing. The people got into the leadership structures and immediately changed. I voted for people because I thought they were advocating for us during the interview phase, but then again, when they came into the structure, like, it's just something happened. Something gravely happened. I don't know why, and like, I'm honestly gonna find out still, but yeah.
Regarding to your question about what's the use of us talking, the use of us talking is creating awareness. The first step of dealing with racism and all of those things, it's creating awareness and letting people know we are here, we are ready to fight along, we need them to be with us and on our side. Because just us being alone and trying to fight on our own is not going to work. But then creating awareness and recruiting more people into the side is one thing that's going to be able to solve the solution for us. And then pertaining with like the people in higher places, just as I said, in like the higher structures, you would find that there's like maybe like 1 or 2 people in the higher structures, and that person alone can't change the whole like committee's view on things. They are there for us to like help them and support them. So if like these people in structures who are willing to fight with us, that's what we are here for, the subcoms and the other committees. We are here to like be their helping hand for those in the structures and to help them like fight for us and raise our voices. That's why we should give them what our voice is and let them tell the people what our voice is.
I think just to go back to the first question that was asked, this is where it starts. Conversations like this is where it starts, and participation from people around us is where it starts. We need to still remember that we are on the Noordwes-universiteit Potchefstroom campus, and even looking at the setting that is before us today, majority of the people in this room are actually black. So you see, there's still a long way to go for us to really expect radical change to happen, but it starts in a place like this, and we can't just disregard and say, okay, you guys are here and you're speaking of all of these things and not implementing. I mean, we appreciate the opportunity to be before you and address you and speak about this matter, but we would also like an opportunity to have some kind of platform to implement, not necessarily have the expectation that from starting right now, I should have a solution for 50 years of racism that has existed in the NWU. There's still a long way to go, but I think what we are saying here as panelists is that we are willing. We are willing to stand in the gap, and we are willing to listen to what everyone else that we, to an extent, represent in our own individual capacities would want us to do. And to the second question, I think another thing is also understanding how student structures work, because we may say that there are people in power that can make necessary decisions and make necessary changes, but in fact it actually isn't that way. Most of the decisions that is made by academic chapters, made by the SEC, has to go through several channels before it's even approved. So it's not a matter of there aren't people there that aren't representing. I can go right now and say, hey, I want this to happen at this exact moment, and this is the way that I want it to happen, and then be rejected, and then not be supported by the rest of my committee, and then there's nothing else that I can do moving forward. And it's just because as a student leader on this campus, you don't necessarily have a lot of power to do a lot of things. And also just how we bring out the issues that students may face on campus. It's also a matter of they may not be issues that represent every single person that's on the committee itself. So now I stand there alone and I say A, B, C, D, and I'm proud in saying A, B, C, D, and I'm saying I'm representing my students, my fellow students on the Potchefstroom campus, and then because everyone else doesn't agree with me, it doesn't go anywhere. So it's not a matter of unwillingness, it's just a matter of student leaders don't necessarily have as much power as I think they should.
For the first question, every conversation surrounding race, I believe every one of us here have had a conversation surrounding race, always turns out to be really, really awkward and uncomfortable. Nobody really wants to have that conversation. We have it in our bedrooms, we have it in corners, but nobody is coming to such a platform to speak about it because it's uncomfortable. And talking is the first stage. Having the conversation, coming to the table, this is the first stage, the initiation of a bigger thing. Like my colleagues here have said, that talking is the first stage of conflict resolution. The second question about student representatives, they've highlighted that we are underrepresented as people of color and black people in higher student structure. And I'd like to give an example of a HC in my hostel. He's the only black HC. And when we had problems concerning the prevalence of Afrikaans in literally everything we do, he did stand up to fight for us, but then when it's just you against about 7 people putting red tape, calling it tradition, and it's just how we do things. It's just how we do things. People do not understand that change is the only constant in life. And if we are underrepresented, they cannot change the wheels of the machinery to face another way. Hence, we need to increase the representation to be a reflection of the demographic of the larger student population. That is what we should strive towards, and these problems will be a thing of the past. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We've got another question. Anybody else? Right, we'll take another 2 questions.
I just want to say to the people here that I'm part of the organizing team. Is that okay? Okay. For Race Week, when we initially found out about Race Week, we were shocked when Dr. Andre approached us. We just never knew there was such a platform. That's the first thing. And when we were organizing to answer your question, we ourselves felt like, what is the point of talking? And then after Race Week, then nothing happens. We're back at the same place. And so Dr. Andre asked us, you give us, as students, the topics that you want to talk about. And that was one of them that was tabled. And it's happening tomorrow at 9. And it's called Creating Space for Race, Beyond Race Week. So we felt exactly the way you felt. We can completely relate to you. And I just want to correct my fellow companion, Dylan, over there when he says the marketing for this week was bad. We've been marketing for over a week now. In my faculty alone, there were about 70 people who wanted to participate here, just to speak. And when they saw what it really was and what we were discussing, they all pulled back. I can tell you this week we have less than 10 people from humanities. These are the topics we have every day. The humanities students will tell you. We have them every day in our lectures, in sociology, in anthropology, in psychology. And they pulled back because, like, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Okay. Like he said, we have these conversations in our back rooms, in our corners. But when we're presented with such platforms to speak, then we shy away. I mean, if you really think about it, to answer your question, this event was planned by the humanities faculty, not a student leadership. It's coinciding our student leadership structure. This is planned by the university, and this is the turnout. Now think about it, if we were to plan it as student leadership structures, how would it turn out? We have way less power than the university itself. So it's the ignorance and it's the unwillingness to have these conversations. That's an issue. And like Tato had said, we don't have that much power. We're limited. There are certain rules we must follow, even though they're not written, but they're there. There's just certain boundaries that are very difficult to cross, you know. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thanks a lot, Thando.
Hi, everyone. I'm a firm believer that in every difficulty lies opportunity. So as much as we face this difficulty, do you guys have possible solutions to this problem that we maybe have? And that's my question to you guys. Thank you. Regarding inclusivity, racism, the topics that you guys covered, so yeah.
Right, thanks. I've got one more question, and then I'll pass the mic back to the panel.
Yeah, I just want to commend you all for, I think, some really provocative and important conversations around your own experiences as students. I noticed a lot of the focus was on experiences in residence, student leadership, just everyday interaction on campus. And my question is around your experiences and whether you think that there can be more done by students, whether it's activism, whether it's broader conversations when it comes to teaching and learning space and around race. It was interesting hearing that it's in humanities that we discuss race far more openly, but then there's a shying away from it. Is there a way that we can engage with that more in practices of teaching, in the content, in a range of even other faculties? This is just perhaps one place to start. Isn't it a place where we're meant to be having these conversations in the lecture theatres? Provocative ones. Yep.
Good, we'll start at the far end this time.
I'd firstly like to answer the first question about solutions. So, as regards to the language barrier in our residences, there is already language facilitation, I believe, in all residences. And it's a matter of change not always being palatable to people who speak Afrikaans people. I feel like if they know that we are not seeking the abolition of Afrikaans in our community here, we are only saying that we should have one universal tongue as a medium of conversation to accommodate the next person. English is not any of our first languages, but if we can all take out from our comfort zone to accommodate the next person, it's a matter of your own conscience, you understand? And that's what it is about. And then you mentioned having provocative conversations. We can't force anybody to come to the table. Yes, these conversations must be had, but it is a personal decision. Like everybody here has come out personally, out of their own volition. They are not forced. So we cannot drag you out of your room and say, come, let's have this conversation right here now. It's not possible. But then we can always sensitize people, we can always raise awareness, and we can, through that, in the long run, I believe that more people will feel comfortable coming to the table to speak about race.
Just to go to the first question, I think there are changes that student leaders implement that are in phase, but then the problem with them is they take a long time to come into effect, and they take a long time for the general student demographic to actually know about them. I mean, in my office specifically, by societies, there is currently a student assembly that is being assembled where every single chairperson of every society on campus, where there's about 63, will actually have a voting say in SEC discussions. So I mean, something like that, it's coming in where, and it's already been approved, but the general student demographic does not know about it and does not know that, oh, this is the leader that officiates at this is the leader that starts at this. And it's just a matter of things take time, And unfortunately, there's also an expectation that when we have these conversations, things should happen immediately. So I just want to say that I think every single person that's here that may be in a leadership structure, we really are trying. We really are trying, and I just want to commend the humanities faculty for being the ones to stand up and say, okay, you know what, we may not be able to do a lot in our own capacity, but let's host this event, let's have these conversations. So there really are things that are structurally underway, but it's hard to just bring them to everyone because it's not digestible to everyone as yet. And then in terms of, and I mean, just to add on that, the residence officer in the SEC is aware, and now she has weekly visits that are to be scheduled, moving, I think in the next 2 weeks, that are to happen in the next 2 weeks, where every single week facilitation will be checked, so, inclusion, the representation of the accommodation status and everything. And that's things that obviously not everyone will know about or not everyone will be able to see, but I think it's still something. It's still a start. It could be a lot better, but it's still something. And I think moving on to the second question, I don't want to lie, I'm not entirely sure what can be done in the academic space. And the reason I say this is I'm standing here representing the humanities faculty where most of these conversations are already had. And I think to an extent, I guess we experience some kind of privilege because we engage with people on this, black students, white students, on a more regular basis. So for me, I didn't really necessarily have an inclination to not come to the event because it's something that I'm already used to and it's something that I actually love engaging in, actually participating in. But I mean, I think something like the language facilitation where lectures are recorded in Afrikaans and then people have to put on headsets, at least that's something that's not really happening anymore thanks to COVID. So I guess the university maybe can see that, okay, this actually isn't needed anymore. So I don't have a lot of input on that, but I think it's a very appreciated question because it brings me something to think about.
Regarding the first question with the solutions, I wouldn't say like there's no solutions yet that are out there. They're just solutions that have to take time. Things like take time to happen. So with solutions, we can't really see most of them, but I think it comes with the increasing of awareness. That's something that's going to increase like the solution rate on how quick it's going to like get us to our goals. And then also that also responds with the second question as well. In some modules, they are really like discussing things of racism and stuff. But at the end of the day, not everyone is like feeling free to talk about it on like public platforms. So the increasing of awareness would really like encourage more people to talk about it more openly. Like me, for instance, before this, I wasn't even like really into speaking about these things. But then after realizing, oh, there's some people who are also like wanting to talk about these things who are also the same as me and have the same ideas about it, that's when I was like, okay, I also want to speak about it. So I think creating awareness is going to be something that's really going to take us a long way to the solution. Thank you.
Okay, so from my side, on the first question of solutions, I think that we should never forget that we're actually dealing with people, and if they don't want to come to the table, then again, inclusivity is never going to happen, and it's just like pipe dream or something. So we first have to have people that's really interested in bringing change, because at the end of the day, we're going to deal with residence officers, people in residence, like them actually having the space to include everyone. And on the second question about provocative measures is, so I think something like Race Week should be like Race Year. Honestly, it should be something that is addressed throughout the year and not just something like now. There should be sustainability around it. And it's really, I have to commend the humanities faculty. This is actually a great platform for issues such as this. Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks. I see we've got another question. Anybody else?
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to challenge you to suggest you can only learn to meet other people from discomfort, not from comfort. Because I've learned that if you put students in a classroom and you force them to be in groups that are totally and utterly undermining all the comforts they're sitting in class. And they must sit in that group and they must think together. And the white ones must see the black women are the smartest. And they're kind of sitting there. It's incredible to see them genuinely hugging each other. The reason we can't talk about race is because we're comfortable. And the comfort is, you put it so beautifully. I mean, I study, what you said is the white students are treating you like servants. We are their hands and their feet. We have to run around doing all the work. And the only way for us to actually recognize each other as being scared, being happy, being humans, is to be forced to be uncomfortable. Because I promise you, when you are uncomfortable and you go for comfort, you go into those spaces where you can say, there's that thing sitting over there. Because those biases comes from not knowing each other. So I think the pedagogy of discomfort has got a lot of value because the world we live in, we can't have these comforts. Race actually doesn't matter how you feel. Race matters in the fact that people are starving to death. It has material consequences in our world. And therefore we need to speak up because it's an unjust world. And it's a world in which some children are less valuable than others. And therefore I think we need to be more uncomfortable. If it means that we have to be uncomfortable, that we can see each other, that we can recognize that we care about the same things. Safety, this and this and that. So I would provoke you to make everybody as uncomfortable as you possibly can, because race matters. We should care about it. We should want to have a different world that's better for all of us. So I'm hoping that you have gotten the courage to make everyone on campus as uncomfortable as you possibly can, that we can have these conversations. And thank you for sharing that.
Great, you want to respond?
I'd actually like to thank you for saying that about bringing discomfort, to bring about the conversation. And I'd like to also give a personal experience. Earlier on this year, we had a problem with Afrikaans on our group chats and sending information in Afrikaans and leaving us to translate it. And at some point, I complained to my HC about it, and he says, bring about the conversation. Because the reason why I did not want to talk about it, because I was scared that how would this conversation ball out? Will it become some sort of fiery conflict? And then I went onto the group and I began speaking in my own language. And they asked for a translation. And I told them, now you see how it feels that I have a Google Translate tab open on my Google Chrome every single time to translate. And it turned into a whole disagreement and it was getting really heated on the group. And then he told me to come downstairs. All of them have to come down and we have to speak about it like peers, face to face, not behind the phone screen. You understand? And when we sat down, we spoke about it and we came to an agreement that yes, English is our common ground, and they all agreed, okay, we are going to speak English. And over time, it's become better for us. Yes, it takes some time for everybody to adjust to this, but in the long run, having these provocative conversations out of our comfort zone, it does help, and I'd really like to agree with you. Thank you.
I think this actually, it gave me something to think about as well. I think when we have these conversations, just speaking from my own experience, as Black people, we should also create a space where other people can also have an opportunity to be included in the fight that we say we want to be a part of. Like, for example, I have a Haka in my residence who, she's white, she's Afrikaans, and whenever we have conversations like this, she's always the first to message me, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think I can learn from this? What do you think I could do from this? But then when we take that to the Black group of people, it's like her opinion or her involvement in the conversation is just not good enough to be a part of it. So we say we want people to come to the table and we say we want people to come and participate, and then we end up being the ones that create a place where they can't, or where their opinion is just not enough, or their involvement is just not enough. So I really thank you for opening my mind to that extent, and I'm just really thankful.
I also agree with that. Like, creating like discomfort is really one thing that works. I remember during my first year on the groups, they would send like messages in Afrikaans, and like most of us are really afraid to say, "Oh, guys, don't do that." But like there were some girls who were like, "No, we're not going to speak Afrikaans." They were sending messages in Setswana and other languages, and like obviously the Afrikaans kid couldn't understand, and they were complaining, and it was a whole fight, and it was just a taste of their own medicine, showing them, if you give us this kind of a taste, you're going to give it back, and that's not what we want to experience.
I didn't plan on saying something, but everybody spoke, so I just feel the need to. But then again, yeah, I really do agree with the provocation part, because especially as colors, they usually refer to us as the forgotten race. However, I feel like as the audience looks now, like we're only how many colors here, we're in the minority, so I feel like we can't complain when we don't participate. I'm a firm believer in you can't complain when there's an actual platform to voice your concern, because like this is the platform to actually voice what you have to say and everything. But if you don't don't make any comments if you didn't participate whatsoever. But yeah, I personally do agree with the provocation part.
Great, thank you. Is anybody else who wants to come in on any of these points? All right, so I'm going to follow up on this question of discomfort a little bit, to say that discomfort is really important. But I think because any kind of growth is uncomfortable. If you're growing physically as a child, it can be physically sore to grow. And to change who you are requires you to confront some things that are sometimes very uncomfortable about yourself. But we need to make sure that we create a space where people can feel comfortably discomforted, if you understand what I mean. We need to create a space where it's safe to do so. And I'm happy that you've all said such kindly things about the humanities faculty. But I think the reality is that we can do a lot more. And I want to follow up on Tando's point to say that tomorrow morning there's a session, also one session suggested by students, which is really to answer the question, how do we have a race here? How do we make a space collectively that we share, where we can have these conversations durably, honestly, and hopefully with a couple more white folk along as well? Because I think lots of people feel uncomfortable and risky. Nina Simone wrote a song, I don't even know how old it is, but you know, if Nina Simone said it, it must be true. So go and look it up on Spotify. It's called The Backlash Blues. And it's really about how every time black people raise their voice in an American context to assert themselves and push their rights, the man comes back with a way of pressing them down even further. And I think we've got to take lessons from that kind of popular culture. I do have it on good authority that the Dean of the Humanities faculty is listening on Zoom today, and I had conversations with him going into Race Week, and I'm very sure, without putting words in his mouth, that we'll be able to work together with the student chapters to put together some durable spaces. So all of the friends you have, classmates you have who you know have experienced and expressed similar concerns, get them to come along to tomorrow's session so we can get more heads together to think about how we're going to build a space that we can share and that can take things forward. And I think there are things even from today that we can take forward. What really struck me, everyone spoke about it, but I think Ntabi Singh put it particularly eloquently, is that it seems as if to succeed in student life here, you have to be, as a black student, willing to pay two prices. The one is, I think her exact phrase was, I have to lose myself to get points to stay in residence. And the first price, therefore, that you have to pay is a price of your identity. You have to be willing to compromise on who you are and who you want to be. And the second price, of course, is money. I have to be able to buy the clothes. I have to be able to pay for the tickets. I have to be able to do this and do that. And that reminds me very much of this olden day thing that historians might be able to tell you more about than what I can, which is called the qualified franchise. The idea that as a black member of society, you would be granted the right to vote in elections if you could perform the right kind of identity, if you were educated enough, civilized enough, so on and so forth. And I think what we've heard here today is very troubling in the sense that it means that for students to have a voice in politics here, it seems like there is a little bit of a qualified franchise still going on, and I think we can aggressively follow up on that and try and at least sort that out quite quickly, because that sounds like something we can just do something about. So thank you to everyone who generously participated. I know these are dangerous, difficult, challenging conversations, and I really appreciate the leadership from the panel of people willing to stand up and take the risk of the backlash blues and help us to nudge this forward. So thank you very much.